Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, how are we doing? It is Spectre here for a Wednesday lineup here today. A lovely co-host is out of pocket here today, so you're stuck with me for at least the next hour, possibly two. Got an interesting show lined up for you here this afternoon. Thank you for joining, as always. Good to see you if you are joining by Twitch over on the YouTube side, of course, over on D Live. We are over on the Foxhole app as well as Trovo. So if you're joining on any one of those platforms, good to see you here this Wednesday afternoon. And before I get going here, I want to check one thing behind the scenes here real quick just to make sure I haven't gotten any confirmation back. And it appears not. So unless I see anything within the next hour here, my person in that I had DM'd behind the scenes to see if they could join today. Well, if they respond, great. If not, well, it definitely got enough material to carry the stick forward, as it were. So lots going on across the world here today. I think the first thing I'm going to start off with what is happening south of the border here. This morning, we found out that Mexico had a bit of a rumbler down yonder. And starts off with this. Mexico is rocked by a powerful 7.0 magnitude quake. Yeah. And as if that's not enough, by the way, it looks to me like I'm looking at some weather maps, Nat, and it shows that they've got an unnamed storm just off of the west coast that has magically sprung up, kind of in the same vicinity of where this quake took place, right off kind of that elbow there, as it were. But nonetheless, the U.S. Geological Survey reported a powerful earthquake rocked southwest Mexico near the beach resort of Acapulco late Tuesday, shaking the capital, Mexico City, hundreds of miles away. It said it registered as a 7.0 magnitude quake, striking about 11 miles northeast of the resort of Acapulco, located in the country's Pacific coast state of Guerrero. The depth of the quake was shallow, measured at approximately 7.8 miles. Nearly 100 aftershocks were reported, including a 5.2 magnitude. Reuters notes the quake caused hillsides around the resort area to collapse and damaged buildings. So far, injuries appear minimal, with one death. Plenty of footage and that updated throughout this particular article here. So, yeah, very, very interesting. Let's see, damage and widespread power outages. I think this is the one that was showing all the blue fireballs now lighting up, presumably as power stations now went nuts. Yeah, so there's about a minute of that. And then, of course, this one was rather interesting to watch. It says webcam records as Acapulco is impacted by an earthquake before 9 p.m. local time this evening, this being yesterday now. Power outages are immediately visible. Timestamp matches reporting by USGS, which now estimates the magnitude of the quake at 7.0. So I'll let this one play through. Very interesting. And that appears to be a webcam off of Hotel Las Brisas, Acapulco. Yeah, you can definitely see the impact there. Breaking video shows power lines arcing during magnitude 7.1 earthquake, pending measurements, I suppose, and hundreds of miles away from the epicenter. Residents of Mexico City felt buildings sway as the ground shook underneath them. There's another interesting, yeah, this guy right here, building swaying. Short clip here. Check this out. A short little clip, but obviously the stresses of the building and that causing the glass to break and pop out, all sorts of interesting stuff happening there. But Mexico City authorities said there were no reports of widespread damage, though 1.6 million customers in the city and 4 states are without power. We heard a loud noise from the building, noise from the windows. Things fell inside the house. Power went out. Sergio Flores, an Acapulco resident, told AP by phone. Heard leaking water. The water went out of the pool, and he heard people screaming. Very nervous people, said Flores. President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, I believe they call him AMLO for short, also reiterated there was no significant damage in Guerrero State. Mexico is no stranger to earthquakes because of its location at the edge of the North American tectonic plate. 2 major quakes struck the country in 2017 and 1985, and over the last few decades, building codes in Mexico City have strengthened 4 structures to withstand earthquakes. So, again, and that's just one of the phenomena occurring down in Mexico. As like I said, here looking at some of the maps now, obviously we're contending with Larry. On the Atlantic side, don't know its true path yet, where that's going to hit. It's quietly been working its way across the pond here over the course of the last week. And then just within the last 24 hours or so, they now have an unnamed storm called 15E, kind of sitting right off the same areas where this quake struck, coincidentally. So, yeah, very, very interesting. So that being said, let me kick over to some other interesting news out of Mexico. 16 die as flood swamp public hospital in central Mexico. This out of Border Report. And it says that out of Tula, Mexico, torrential rains in central Mexico suddenly flooded a hospital early Tuesday, killing 16 patients, possibly due to the loss of oxygen equipment as the power went out, the National Social Security Institute said. And I don't know if this was prior to the earthquake or not. It looks like it was timed before that. So it seems like the previous article stated it was a little bit later than the 6:10 p.m. Central Daylight Time stated here. But nonetheless, as a video posted on the agency's social media feed said about 40 other patients survived as waters rose swiftly in downtown Tula, about 60 miles north of Mexico City, and flooded the public hospital around 6 a.m. Video recorded inside the hospital showed knee-deep water as staff frantically tried to move patients. Later Tuesday, emergency personnel evacuated a hospital, loading patients into ambulances to be taken to other health centers. And IMSS Director Zoe Robledo said the waters knocked out part of the area, as well as the hospital's generators. So again, considering that perhaps a hurricane may drench things on the west side of Mexico here, it's possible that that area may get smacked yet again. And also, out of Border Report, we get this. It says 24,000 displaced Mexican migrants expected in Tijuana to pursue asylum in the U.S. And just before showtime here, I just caught an article stating that Trump has had some words to say about our current resident, right? And the things going on with the border, the stuff obviously going on with Afghanistan, et cetera, et cetera. And think about that. How many people are we now supposedly taking in from Afghanistan here within these borders of the United States? I think the last figure I heard was somewhere between 20, 30,000. But yet now we're going to get 24,000 displaced Mexican migrants to pursue asylum in the U.S.? Where are all these people going to go? I mean, dear God, we've had record numbers pouring through. And of course, we also have the dark of night transportations to various locations all around the country. Insanity. Says out of Tijuana, about 24,000 new migrants are expected to arrive in the city of Tijuana, according to Good Samaritan, a migrant advocacy group based in Mexico. Good Samaritan, huh? Are they related to Catholic charities that aren't associated with the Catholic Church at all, by chance? Do they take their funding from the same way? Just out of curiosity. Most of the migrants are supposed to be from the state of Michoacan, an area spun into chaos by cartels that have been fighting for control of the region's avocado industry. The agency's founder, a former Catholic priest named Gregorio Lopez Geronimo, predicts that migrants will stream into Tijuana in the coming months. It's 24,000 displaced residents, said Lopez Geronimo, who is also known as Padre Goyo. During an ongoing visit to Tijuana, he said the unstable and violent nature of the state of Michoacan is forcing large groups of people, including many families, to flee their lands. Lopez Geronimo stated his agency knows of about 3,500 people who are already en route. Folks, his agency has prepared and given directions to Tijuana. We have shown from the protocols and explained paperwork they need to have on hand if they are to be granted access to the United States, he said. It's a process. You can't just leave the state without making a judicial claim. You need to gain a recommendation for asylum to be accepted in the Migrant Protection Protocols Program. Migrant Protection Protocols Program, MPP. How much of a dig have we done on that stuff? That's kind of new to me. And who's advising? Who writes this stuff up? And who ultimately is allowing this as they get across the border? You know, we've heard time and time again they got streams of lawyers and attorneys that were there right as they get inside the border, ready to help their cause, never to be seen again because most of these guys skip their dates for any sort of going to judges and things of that nature in courtrooms sometime later. You just whisk that away. And hey, by the way, don't forget this little thing called a COVID pandemic. Oh, yeah, we don't need to test no stinking migrants. Miko Wakan. There you go. Thank you, Duppy. Appreciate that. It says in Lopez Geronimo says he has been advising people to have their COVID-19 vaccination cards ready as a way to expedite their cases. Yeah, right. He also stated that migrants have 5 choices when looking for a border community in which to seek asylum, and that most will choose Tijuana, considering safer for migrants instead of Juarez, Mexicali, Nogales, and Reynosa. The only way they don't get to Tijuana is if the state government stops blocking access, Lopez Geronimo said. Last week, Jose Luis Perez Cantola, head of Tijuana's Migrant Care Office, said the city will continue to welcome migrants in spite of the area's shelters already being at capacity. Gee, welcome to the club. According to Perez Canchola, many migrants been streaming into Mexico in recent weeks from Guatemala through the Mexican state of Chiapas, bound for border cities such as Tijuana. And didn't we just see something here recently, by the way, that stated something along the lines that they were supposed to start reimposing Trump's mandate from old of making these folks stay south of the border? Wasn't that just reimposed by a federal judge? Or I guess, you know, when you're in a lawless state that we are, this banana republic that we call the United States now, I guess you just throw all that garbage out the window just to fit your narrative and agenda, right? I think that's really what's going on here. So all that stuff be damned. In any case, sad state of affairs. All right, well, switching gears up a little bit here. How many of you guys have been paying attention to what has been playing out over the course of the last, I don't know, I guess this probably started maybe back before Labor Day weekend, this business with Rogan, and then we had the hit piece and that out of the Rolling Stone, and horse paste and all the tomfoolery and garbage and that associated with that. Well, apparently it gets better. Joe Rogan floats a lawsuit against CNN for ivermectin defamation. This out of big league politics here today. And of course, if you saw the Instagram post of Rogan, all the concoction of stuff that he proclaimed that he took, ivermectin being one of those, immediately, the Mockingbird media and everybody has to jump in and pipe up the stupidness of vilifying it because you got to get the jab. Thus saith Big Pharma, we can't have you taking this stuff. No, horse paste. What are you? You're not a horse. You're not a cow. Knock it off. Wasn't that the FDA or CDC or some nitwit's Twitter account that we saw? Idiocy, absolute idiocy. Podcaster and primate enthusiast Joe Rogan floated the possibility of a defamation lawsuit against Clown News on Tuesday, pointing to the network's fake reporting regarding his use of the drug ivermectin while sick with coronavirus. Rogan painted to false reporting on the part of Clown News showman Jim Acosta, speaking with comedian Tom Segura on Tuesday's edition of the Joe Rogan Experience. And it says, bro, do I have to sue CNN? They're making crap up. They keep saying I'm taking horse dewormer. I literally got it from a doctor. It's an American company. They won a Nobel Prize in 2015 for use in human beings. Hello? And it's not like you can't look it up on various sites, the NIH sites, things of that nature, how it's been used. Hell, you even had idiots like Fauci and that proclaiming how useful it was many years back. And they think that they're going to snow the populace over with this garbage? Because take the jab. Obviously, it's more advantageous and profitable for them, Big Pharma, that is, Operation Paperclip, still in effect, to make that happen than it is for some cheap ivermectin dewormer stuff now, isn't it? Clown News has repeatedly referred to ivermectin as a horse dewormer, ignoring that the drug has been prescribed to millions of people since its invention in 2015. While the drug is used for treating parasitic infections in horses, it has similar uses in humans as well, with many doctors describing using it to treat coronavirus patients. Establishment media has struggled to cover the phenomena of ivermectin being used as a COVID-19 treatment drug honestly, with, of course, Rachel Madcow over at MSDNC refusing to correct a false story she reported, alleging that hospitals in rural Oklahoma had been overwhelmed with individuals suffering supposed side effects of the drug. And mind you, all of that crap has been properly debunked by the real media, those of us, and the garbage fake media running this narrative about some yahoo doctor who hadn't worked at a hospital in over 2 months, somehow flapping his gums as if he's got any credibility whatsoever, saying that people are overdosing on frickin' horse paste. But nobody on the Mockingbird media ever bothered to call any hospitals and find out, hey, who is this joker that they're citing here? Did they? How much did that guy get paid behind the scenes? I'm just curious. Anybody feel like digging into his records to see who he might have taken some funds from as of late, by chance? Rogan has described making a quick recovery from coronavirus, with some suggesting his use of ivermectin helped. The MMA commentator dismissed fanatic leftists who celebrated his illness. Well, the only ones with the illness are the ones celebrating it because they still apparently have TDS. They're haters, but that's their life. You got to live like that. Imagine spending any time whatsoever wishing that a person felt bad. It's just the dumbest effing thing you could ever spend your energy on. But I know, I'd heard that was going on, but I didn't pay attention to it. It's like, they're weak bitches. And that's exactly true. They're part of the cult. They are absolutely part of the COVID cult. And if you're not aboard the COVID cult, the Me Too collectivist, well, you're on the outside looking in, aren't you? And because we live in this woke culture, of course we have to get the government to get the corporations to do the bidding, or else they'll send the woke mob after you, and so they will toe the line, won't they? And then, of course, hey, well, you want to stay employed? Well, you got to take the jab. You've got to submit to testing. You got to bend to the will and whims and fancies of whatever the government tells us that we need to do because, hey, we got those guys sitting on K Street and that writing bills and that for our politicians left and right. And we got to keep that thing rolling, don't we? The money tree. Well, what happens if that falls apart? I'm going to get into that here in just a little bit and some financial news net here after a minute. But continuing on this thread, over to American Thinker says how to prepare for COVID and how not to. Robert Jones had this say, says, as I write this, both my wife and I have COVID. My wife came down with COVID symptoms approximately 2 weeks ago. My symptoms started approximately a week ago. Our diagnoses were confirmed at a local clinic. By what? PCR tests, rapid antigen, that are both known to be false positive. And by the way, if this does happen to be a variant, how did they prove it? How has it been isolated? I wonder if he'll get into that. Both my wife and I are unvaccinated. Oh, there's a travesty right there. Shame on you. You get the scarlet letter on you. This is because we believed that we would inevitably catch COVID, and we wanted to prepare in the best way possible for that eventuality, rather than rely upon an endless series of COVID vaccines with limited effectiveness and unknown side effects. Also, we wanted to live the remainder of our lives not in fear of catching COVID, but with natural immunity to that disease. Now, the purpose of this article is to discuss, from a layperson's perspective, how we prepared for COVID and what we could have done better in that regard. It is widely recognized that early treatment is key with COVID. Now, what this means is that everyone needs to know ASAP whether he has it. Unfortunately, we could have done much better in that regard. When my wife started having COVID-like symptoms, we looked for COVID testing sites, but found that they were far away, overloaded, or using the PCR test, which takes 3 to 5 days, at least at our local testing sites, for a result. After some searching on the internet, we discovered that there are also home COVID tests, but these test kits may not be easy to find. I went to 2 local drugstores and was told at both of them that they were sold out. The pharmacist at one of these stores said they sold out within 1 hour of receiving the test kits. After some additional searching, we found a Walgreens about an hour's drive from our home that still had 2 test kits called Binax Now. We quickly bought these test kits online and went to the store to pick them up. Binax Now. Gee, I wonder who is behind that, who finances and who is getting rich off of those. Now, Binax Now is relatively cheap. A test package costs about $35 and has 2 tests. Quick results in 15 minutes and accurate compared to PCR. Abbott's Binax Now test correctly gave a positive test result 84.6% of the time and correctly gave a negative test result 98.5% of the time. Also, it is comfortable to use because it requires only a shallow nostril swab as opposed to a brain swab. There's a card you place your swab into, and like a pregnancy test, a single line means that the test is negative, while 2 lines indicate a positive result. Once we received a positive result, we immediately went to the clinic to confirm. We thought we could do this by using a COVID testing station set up outside one of the clinics. But we subsequently learned that the outside line was only for PCR tests and that the results from those PCR tests were not being reported for 3 to 5 days due to the heavy demand. On the other hand, we were told that if we were willing to pay to be seen by a doctor, we could be tested using the rapid test and receive a result in 15 to 20 minutes. We chose that. So a rapid test, which we know is prone to be worse than the PCR, which has a 90, what was it, 95, 97, 90% false positive rate. Seems a little sketchy. The physicians at the clinic did absolutely nothing for us other than confirm the result of our home tests. They did not recommend any medications or course of action. When I specifically asked for a prescription for the Regeneron and autoantibodies, a treatment that I am entitled to receive under the federal and Regeneron guidelines, over 65 and immunosuppressed, I was told they do not write prescriptions for anything having to do with COVID. I called my primary care doctor and my rheumatologist and received essentially the same response. Another area we could have done much better in is lining up a place to receive the Regeneron infusion. The states vary dramatically in how well they are distributing this new drug. In the state of Washington, neither my primary care physician nor any of the clinic physicians we saw would prescribe the Regeneron autoantibodies. Instead, they all said the only way to obtain this treatment is to go to the emergency room of a local hospital that has this drug, and not all hospitals have it, and then wait in line to see an emergency room doctor. After many hours of phone calls, we learned that there were only a few emergency rooms close to us that had this drug, that the wait times were long, and there was no guarantee that the emergency room doctor would actually prescribe this drug for us. This inefficient and bureaucratic distribution system is no doubt one of the reasons why the monoclonal antibody treatments in Washington state have largely gone unused, even while hospitals in Washington fill up with COVID patients. Other states distribute the Regeneron infusion much better than the state of Washington. For example, my sister is a nurse in Nevada who recently had COVID. She told me her primary physician wrote a prescription for the Regeneron infusion, and she received it the next day at an infusion center set up in a tent outside a local Nevada hospital staffed by federal employees. Now, there is one area where I think we did very well. For a long time now, we have been aware of the FLCCC protocols for COVID. As a result, we already had a large stock of the drugs and supplements we needed when we got COVID. In effect, ivermectin, zinc, doxycycline, vitamin C and D, quercetin, etc. You cannot plan on getting ivermectin and similar prescription drugs when you are diagnosed with COVID because most physicians, at least in our experience, will not prescribe them. Also, we have heard of pharmacies that will not fill a valid prescription for these drugs. This means that you may need to obtain these drugs from overseas pharmacies that do not require a U.S. prescription, such as River Pharmacy. Since turnaround time at an overseas pharmacy can be 3 to 4 weeks, this must be done well in advance of the time that you need the prescription medications. The moral of the story: hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. In other words, while everyone should hope he does not catch COVID, if you do, be prepared with an effective treatment plan that can be quickly and easily implemented. And apparently Robert Jones is a pseudonym, but nonetheless, I think we can probably take a lot from that experience, right? I think, those of us in the know that are watching this play out know where to try and get said prescriptions written out. We know that we're likely going to have issues depending on if you're in a blue state, blue city, red city, you name it, of the struggles you may have in going to a pharmacy that may or may not fill out said prescription. So I would take heed of some of the recommendations spelled out here. Get it well in advance, if at all possible, or perhaps have your own treatments net at the ready just in case, whatever concoction it is, whether it be high dose vitamin C, vitamin D, whatever it is. And again, I'm not here to give you doctoral advice, but based on research and everything that I've come across in over 11,000 some articles since this has started last year, it stands to reason that there seems to be a pretty good consensus that says those are fairly beneficial. So, carrying on that theme, another article out of American Thinker says the true reasons why medical costs are so high. So, kind of along the same thread here, it says most people in the United States have felt the pain of high medical costs, whether they were driven into debt for a broken bone or they know someone dealing with a chronic condition like diabetes. Even if you have insurance, you could face bills totaling hundreds or even thousands of dollars for injuries like broken bones or whiplash. Some people would suggest that the reason medical costs are so high is because of a profit driven market where prices aren't controlled by the government, or because there's a secret cabal of people conspiring to keep medical costs high for their own sake. But the true reasons behind high medical costs are much clearer and much harder to deal with. First, we have to look at the problem of insurance. Most people would agree that health insurance is a good thing, or even a necessary thing, because of the high prices associated with medical care. If it costs $5,000 to fix a broken bone out of pocket, insurance is a practical necessity to mitigate that cost. However, the cost itself is due in part to the existence of insurance as it stands today. Originally, health insurance was an optional financial tool that was accessible only to high earners. Some people took advantage of the program to cover themselves, but most people circumvented insurance altogether. Over time, health insurance became popularly provided by employers in the United States, and unions fought hard to make insurance available to all full-time workers. Now, while on the surface, this may seem like a good thing. After all, why should only some people be insured? It led to a problematic pricing environment. Doctors and healthcare organizations would be inclined to charge more for services when they knew insurance was going to be billed. It didn't add more financial strain to patients, but generated more revenue. In turn, insurance companies caught on and imposed policies they stated they wouldn't pay more than standard prices paid by uninsured patients. In effect, this led to a constant push to move prices higher. Insured patients barely noticed since they weren't the ones footing the bill, but insured patients began having to pay more and more for their services. A lack of price transparency and competition. And I think, pause here real quick to say, if you recall back during 44's tenure, the push for Obamacare, all that push and the monstrosity of the bill, if you recall, Nancy Antoinette standing up there proclaiming, we got to pass it to find out what's in it. The Affordable Care Act, play on words, of course. What did that do? Did that drive transparency and competition? Oh, I don't think so. Not at all. Did we effectively get rid of it? No, not in its entirety. And if there's any area that DJT probably could have done better, it is there. Albeit, yes, he did say we should have a right to try various drugs and pharmaceuticals, medicines, what have you. But the lack of price transparency and lack of competition means that organizations in the healthcare industry aren't incentivized to offer lower prices to consumers. In many areas, there's only one hospital, and they won't tell you how much it is to give you an x-ray before they recommend one to you. Because of this, the market can't do its job, and people are stuck paying higher prices. Yeah, and keep that in mind, too. Under 44, how many of your local hospitals actually shut down and or got gobbled up by bigger fish? Many. I can think of many, at least even in my area. A lot of rural hospitals didn't have the dollars to continue to provide services. And if it wasn't feasible cost-wise for the big players, they just, boom, let them go. But what you do see is a lot of outpatient offices pop up all over the stinking place, affiliated with all these big hospital organizations, don't you? Especially in small towns. If you're 15, 20 miles out of a town that has large hospitals, things of that nature. So medical malpractice and secondary costs, we also need to consider the role of medical malpractice, our litigious society. and the long-term effects of these factors. These days, it's possible to sue your doctor for any number of mistakes, such as prescribing the wrong treatment, making the wrong diagnosis, or neglecting some important instructions. In some ways, this is a good thing for consumers, since it holds medical professionals accountable for their work. Well, isn't that the very reason why they say they practice medicine? Does any doctor ever get perfect? What about their Hippocratic oath of do no harm? What about that? However, there are two important consequences. First, doctors and hospitals have to pay for malpractice insurance covering millions of dollars of expenses if the worst happens. These policies are expensive and they push the cost of healthcare much higher. Second, most medical professionals are overly cautious when it comes to treating patients to avoid the potential of a malpractice suit. They recommend many tests, treatments, and appointments that may not be strictly necessary. The doctor shortage and cost of professional services. Well, it doesn't help that we're dealing with a massive doctor shortage in the United States. Because of strict government regulations and a flawed university system, it takes many years and hundreds of thousands of dollars to get the education necessary to become a doctor. Fewer people are entering this high-stress, difficult, expensive field as a result, and we have fewer trained professionals available to us. This drives up the salary of these professionals, understandably, and makes the cost of care higher. You ever stop to think of what the medical bills are? Not bills, but the tuition costs, the loans and that these docs all have to pay back at the end of the day? I had a friend of mine who went to school to become an anesthesiologist, and I think he was north of some $300,000 in loans and that just to be able to do that. It's absolute insanity. And administrative waste. On top of all that, the healthcare industry suffers from the burden of administrative waste. Onboarding patients, managing personal medical records, ensuring compliance, working with insurance companies, and billing create inordinate costs for organizations, adding tons of cost to an already costly system. While it's easy to see some of these problems from a logical perspective, it's very hard to actually fix them. Our current medical system is suffering from a number of intersecting and complexly interacting factors, so there's no one easy fix. Instead, we'll have to make small steps to make this environment better, such as deregulating the environment, improving price transparency, and promoting more market competition. So there you have it. And again, think of what is playing out in the world of COVID now. You know, they're going to try and force doctors, nurses, staff, anybody associated with a hospital system in any given city, they're going to require you to take the jab. And we've already seen down in Houston, for example, what has played out. And a bunch of nurses tried to take them on in court. They had a leftist judge throw it out, based on merit, blah, blah, blah. And lo and behold, now they've got a shortage of nurses. Well, how many other areas are we going to see that same scenario play out? And what is that going to do to driving the cost of services one way or the other? Presumably up. You know, it's quickly devolving into third world status or kind of in a similar system like what the UK has, right? National health care, where you may have to take a number and maybe a week or two later, you finally are able to get in for services. Is that not what we're driving toward? It's kind of what it looks like to me. In any case, let's carry on here. Man, I'm not very far into this. I got a lot more stuff to get to here. So I'm going to have to hot foot it here a little bit. Let's jump over to this. Oh, yeah, still on the COVID idiocy. Activist Post had this as man convicted of infecting 8 people with COVID will be jailed for 5 years. So, yeah, it's not bad enough that you get it. But if you, I suppose, knowingly and or willingly spread it, well, guess what? You may get jailed as a result. So what happens if you're jabbed and you spread this? Who's liable at that point? Is it the person that got the jab or the jab manufacturer? Oh, wait a minute. that they don't have liability for these things, do they? This is an interesting conundrum. In any case, as in 2020, Activist Post reported about Americans who were legally penalized for refusing to follow COVID quarantine protocol. And there they got a couple articles net referring there. It says now a Vietnamese man will spend 5 years in jail for it. From Newser, he gave COVID to 8 people, will be jailed for 5 years. If only he would have gotten a jab. Vietnam has strict quarantine laws. A 28-year-old Vietnamese man infected 8 people with COVID-19 and has now been put behind bars as a result. That's what we do to lepers, right? Put the lepers, the lame, the maimed, the sick, put them behind bars, cast them away. Authorities say Levon Tree returned to the city of Cà after having traveled to Ho Chi Minh City and did not quarantine for the 3 weeks required by law, Reuters reports. One of the people he infected with the coronavirus died after battling COVID for a month. Oh, now he's an accessory to murder. Wow. Authorities say Vietnam has strict quarantine rules and has sentenced 2 other people to suspended jail terms for the same charge of spreading dangerous infectious diseases, on which Tree was convicted after a 1-day trial. I can't wait to see what the heck happens in our court systems as a result of all these jabbed folks. What's going to happen in Vietnam with folks who have been jabbed? Is it going to be the same level of treatment? Which is going to fill up faster, the hospital or the jail cell? Makes you wonder. Says after initially having been considered a success story of COVID containment, Vietnam has been struggling with a worsening 4th wave outbreak since late April due to the Delta variant. When the wave started, just 35 people in the entire country had died of COVID. Ho Chi Minh City is now the virus epicenter, having logged almost 260,000 COVID cases and 10,685 deaths, which I'm sure aren't, comorbidities or anything like that on there now, are they? We wouldn't want to inflate those numbers. A large portion of the country, 13,385 total deaths so far. Everyone is struggling to survive. If they don't have COVID already, they struggle to have food. A man who grew up in Ho Chi Minh City and has lost 4 family members who still live there to COVID tells Al Jazeera. The city has been in lockdown since last month. There you have it. Sign of things to come, folks. Not good. I can only imagine what is going to happen when people start taking these jabs, when they start taking the boosters. What if they infect somebody who was otherwise not infected? I wonder, is it going to be the same level of justice meted out? In any case, let's swing over to some financial news here on today. We've talked about the jobs report and that came out here a little over a week ago. We had the various reports on, I believe, Friday and early last week, et cetera, et cetera. Big miss in that. They were expecting 750,000 jobs to be added. I think we added less than a third of that. But now here's the insanity. It says there are now a record 2.2 million more jobs open than unemployed workers. It says there was an absolute shocker in today's JOLTS report. While consensus was expecting the BLS to report a print of 10 million in July job openings, nobody, not even the most optimistic whispers, was expecting, or was prepared rather, for the shocking 10.934 million job openings that hit the tape at 10 a.m. Eastern sharp. The unprecedented number of job openings was made possible as more than 4.2 million openings were added in the past 7 months, with every single month of 2021 seeing an increase in job openings, the longest such stretch in history. And here, I guess we can kind of see that graphically on a month-over-month basis. You can obviously see the numbers net adding up to the major uptick as to where we're at now. So looking at the details, the increase in job openings was driven by a number of industries, with the largest increases in healthcare and social assistance, 294,000, finance and insurance, another 116,000, and accommodation and food services, another 115,000. The record number of job openings stands out in stark contrast against the countless Americans who are still collecting various pandemic emergency unemployment claims, which in the latest week was just above 12 million. But the biggest shocker is that while we were expecting the BLS to report that there were some 1.7 million more job openings than unemployed workers, a testament to just how broken, supply constrained, and or overheating the U.S. job market is, the actual number meant that there were a record 2.232 million more job openings compared to the total number of unemployed people, which as of August was 8.384 million. Obviously, with way more job openings than unemployed workers, this meant that in June, there were again far less than one unemployed workers, 0.7959 to be exact, for every job opening, down from 0.94 in June, and from a record 4.6 at the peak crisis moment last April. Here that is depicted graphically. So unlike last month, when hiring hit a near record 6.8 million in August, some of the job openings came at the expense of a slowdown in hiring. In August, the BLS reported that hiring dropped by a modest 160,000 to 6.667 million, as hires decreased in retail trade, down 277,000, durable goods manufacturing, down another 41K, and educational services, down another 23K, while the number of hires increased in state and local government education. Oh, how convenient. Up 33,000, and in federal government, another 21,000. So, if you've been laid off in the private sector, good old Uncle Sam or your local governments or somebody, obviously, well, they'll give you a job, won't they? I mean, if you just keep printing dollars to infinity ad nauseum via the Federal Reserve and keep bailing them out with trillions and trillions in bailouts, thanks to Nancy Antoinette and company, sure, plenty of government jobs open. Let's add more bloat. Finally, and in a sign that the overheating in the labor market appears is nowhere close to ending, in July, the level of quits, or people leaving their job voluntarily due to better prospects elsewhere, posted rose again, up by another 103,000 and hitting the second highest on record at 3.977 million, just below the all-time high of 3.992 million in April. The number of quits increased in wholesale trade, which was up 34,000, and in sales and local government education, up another 14. Quits decreased in transportation, warehousing, and utilities, which was down about 25,000, and in federal government, only down about 5,000. This is while the latest JOLTS data validates skepticism about transitory inflation, as the insufficient pool of labor is obviously inflationary. If it continues and will lead to mere wage hikes, there is one caveat. With all emergency unemployment benefits officially expiring this week, it is likely that many of those job openings will be filled as millions of people currently receiving government welfare have to rejoin the labor force, leading to a sharp drop in job openings. Assuming, of course, that the new COVID variant, now that the receding Delta variant is no longer scary enough, won't shut down the economy again in the coming weeks. And so the cycle will continue, won't it? Because now that they've obviously exhausted Delta to its fullest, we've got everybody scared up again, masked up again, jabbed up again. Oh, hang on. Here comes the next variant. Let's see. Rolodex here. Rolodex of the Greek alphabet. There we go. Mu. Mu next. So here we go. And of course, we got to introduce a little extra fear with some NICA or some other brain-eating inflammation disease or something everybody's got to get whipped up into a frenzy on, right? Trump rules 2Q. 2Q says unemployment doesn't pay well. They only give you a third of original salary. That may be true. However, the caveat is you get to stay at home and you don't have to take your kids to childcare or spend money on things like, gas or transportation. So if you weigh the benefits of, let's see, I have to pay for said services and pay to drive my car to collect a wage that may or may not be decent, pretty soon it looks pretty favorable to stay home and let good old Uncle Sam pay you to be a grifter. I understand if you're down on your luck, you've had some hardship, you've paid in, using air quotes, and, behind the scenes, great. But it's not meant to be a long-term thing. Now, is it? Of course not. And that's also why you see states in that red states especially cut those benefits back several months ago and say, look, you need to be out beating the streets trying to find a job. We got all these places. And as evidenced by this article alone, a couple million jobs more than people unemployed. No reason you can't get out there. Now, what this unfortunately does not take into account, which I have yet to see any sort of statistics on or figures, and I wonder if it will even, is how many of these people are having to quit their jobs because of jabs, because of weekly testing, because of mandates that these corporations net are forcing upon them and their various workforce, and they're just going to say, I'm going to stand by my convictions and not go along. How many? I challenge Zero Hedge and Market Watch and a lot of these financial outlets and that to start keeping track of that. I think that's going to prove to be a very interesting number as time goes on. So that being said, $70,000 unemployment checks over. Loss of pandemic payouts may push people back to work. This out of CBN News here. Yeah, benefits just expired here in the last week. It says Congress gave out trillions of dollars in federal aid in the form of expanded unemployment benefits to help our crippled economy and people forced out of work by COVID. No, they weren't forced out by COVID. They were forced out by the people on top of this, pushing this. Blue states especially, red states that didn't shut down. This is all man-made. This is not something driven by some pandemic. No, this is all forced upon people. Let's get the story straight. Pandemic-related benefits for unemployed workers over the past 18 months include aid to self-employed and gig workers, workers who have been unemployed for more than 6 months, and a federal $300 weekly supplemental unemployment benefit. Now these benefits are going away, and it's affecting about 7 million people who relied on them during the start of the pandemic. Single mother April Stokes, who hasn't worked full-time since last year, says the extended unemployment benefits kept her family afloat, citing affordable childcare as a major hurdle. I have 4 job interviews this week. Getting a job has never been the issue, she explained. It's what I do with the kids who get off school at 4 until 7 o'clock when I get home from work. Some economists say ending the federal benefits is good for the economy because it will encourage more people to return to the workforce. Steve Moore, economist and former economic advisor to President Donald Trump, says the unemployment benefits kept some from taking jobs. Half of small businesses in America can't get their workers back on the job, he told CBN News, adding that enhanced food stamp benefits and other benefits are making it harder for small and medium-sized businesses to get employees back on the job. These include construction firms, restaurants, and manufacturing firms throughout the country. Moore points out just how generous the policies have been. Families of 4 with no one working could get benefits of $70,000 to $100,000 and not work a single hour. So yes, these programs are deterring people from going back to work. And by the way, that's bad for small businesses. Davis Professional Services, a janitorial business in Chesapeake, Virginia, is one of the many businesses that have been hurt. It's hard to compete with free money right now, said owner Jerry Flug. That's all hands on deck. Over the past couple of weeks, we've jumped back in the truck, cleaning carpets, stripping and waxing floors, whatever needed to be done. According to the Labor Department, there are still 5.7 million fewer jobs than before the pandemic. Still, for those willing and able to work, some 10 million jobs are open. Factory jobs are open, trucking jobs are open, business services jobs are open. And by the way, those are not poor paying jobs, said Moore. They are not, for the most part, minimum wage jobs. Many of them pay 50, 60, 70, 80,000 a year to start. So it is good news we're finally suspending these extra unemployment benefits. Meanwhile, the Biden administration has encouraged states to use COVID relief money to keep the unemployment programs going, but none plan to do so. And if you remember right, as some of the red states in that did wean folks off the unemployment benefits early, even had some people file suits. I think Oklahoma was one of them, where they tossed it out and says, no, you got to still keep paying it, even though the governor, or I can't remember if it was actually legislation that wiped it out or if it was actually executive decree, whatever. And basically, they reinstated it. These leftist judges now who are legislating from the bench. So, nonetheless. All right, well, in conjunction with that, Amazon's cashierless Just Walk Out tech is coming to Whole Food stores. So, on the one hand, we sit here and talk about how we're short workers, but in the meantime, automation and everything else. This is for the betterment of society, right? Says Amazon. So who's the one that has to program everything in the store? Who has to maintain that? Who has to clean the store after all the foot traffic and everything else? Anyway, Amazon's cashierless Just Walk Out tech is coming to Whole Food stores. After launching it in Go stores and then bringing it to larger fresh supermarkets, Amazon's cashierless Just Walk Out tech will soon arrive in 2 Whole Foods locations. The service, which lets you pick up goods from shelves and, just walk out, is coming to new stores in Washington, D.C. and Sherman Oaks, California next year, the company announced. Well, hell, why don't they introduce it in San Francisco? They've already got that policy working very well in San Francisco, don't they? Oh, I guess they must have forgot to put the barcode readers in at the door. I guess that is just the smash and grab. Heck, this is not even a smash and grab. They just walk in, throw stuff in a sack, bicycle out, away they go. That's San Francisco for you. Seems like it's working fairly well. Walgreens, CVS's, you name it. Well ahead of you there, Bezos. This is by collaborating with Amazon to introduce Just Walk Out shopping at these 2 Whole Foods market stores. Our customers will be able to save time by skipping the checkout line. Oh, yeah, it's such a pain in the tuchus to have to stand and wait now, isn't it? Especially in the day and advent of, you don't even have to actually engage with a person in many of these places. If you go to Walmart's net, how many lanes do they take out of where people actually check you out and put in the self-checkout stuff? I mean, dear God, do we have to wait? Oh, we don't want to have to wait for anything. We want it now. Worship the consumer god. Consumerism. As we've detailed previously, Just Walk Out uses computer vision, sensors, and AI to let you walk into a store, sign in with an app, fill up your bags, and leave without the need to join a checkout line. On top of using the tech in its own Go and Fresh stores, Amazon signed a deal last year to license its technology to third-party retailers. The technology will work with the same at Whole Foods, which is owned by Amazon. Shoppers can opt to use a tech when they enter the store by scanning an app, inserting a debit card linked to their Amazon account, or by placing their palm over the Amazon One Palm scanning system. Unions have proclaimed that Amazon's cashierless tech will cost workers jobs, but Amazon said the new Whole Foods locations will employ a comparable number of team members as existing Whole Foods stores of similar sizes. Rather, employees will be able to spend even more time interacting with customers and delivering a great shopping experience, Amazon said in a press release. Because that's exactly what we want when we go to the store. We want a great shopping experience, don't we? Hey, Joe, where do I find the toilet paper and 40 rolls? Oh, over there on aisle 6. Perfect. In any case, moving right along, world's millionaires are moving to Dubai for safety, luxury, and tax benefits. I wonder why they're leaving America so suddenly. What do they think is going to happen here? Is not advantageous here? I mean, this is a dystopia that they created by their own dollars and funding these folks, right? This little socialist utopian experiment. Why leave? Dubai, the richest city in the Middle East and the 29th wealthiest in the world, is seeing an influx of millionaires, according to Zawiya, New World Wealth, a research firm that tracks the wealth and movements of millionaires and has found multimillionaires and billionaires globally. Dubai's population of high net worth individuals, HNWIs, rose by 2,000 to 54,000 in June 2021, up by 3.8% from 52,000 last December. Here it's pretty hot over in Dubai, unfortunately. It says the number of multimillionaires or individuals with fortunes worth at least 10 million increased to 2,480 from 2,430 over the same period, while the centimillionaire population, those with wealth of 100 million, expanded to 165, up by 8.5% from 152 at the end of last year. Possible reasons for Dubai's continued appeal to millionaires are safety, healthcare services, luxury shops and restaurants, beaches, tax benefits, and a top financial center. Andrew Amoyles, wealth analyst at the New World Wealth, told Zaya. Interesting. Let's see if I can jog this thing. Got stuck. There we go. Let's see here. It says total private wealth held in Dubai rose by $13 billion in less than a year, as more than 2,000 high net worth individuals are believed to have moved to the city during the coronavirus pandemic. Guess they must not have mask mandates and jab mandates over there, huh? Is that it? Or I guess these must be those sophisticated individuals that were spoken of at Martha's Vineyard for somebody like 44's birthday. Sophisticated. Yeah, kind of like the Rona itself is fairly sophisticated and it can jump through wires, apparently. The Zoom calls. Nifty. As of June 2021, the combined wealth of all Dubai residents with at least 1 million in property, cash, equities, and business interests stood at 530 billion, up by 2.5% compared to December 2020, New World Wealth said. It says at least 2 individuals with wealth of at least 1 billion have also joined the ranks of billionaires in the Emirate. And with countries such as the US pursuing increasingly more aggressive wealth redistribution policies, which seek to punish the wealthy with progressively higher taxes and forcing them to pay their fair share, it is only a matter of time before even more millionaires and billionaires flee to places like Dubai. Gee, I wonder if they've rescinded their U.S. citizenship. And by the way, that number has also been on the rise. The research firm also found that the second wealthiest city in the MEA region this year is Tel Aviv in Israel, which has a combined private wealth of 312 billion. Johannesburg in Africa came second with total wealth held estimated to be 235 billion, followed by Istanbul, another 180 billion, and Cape Town at 130 billion. Globally, New York City topped the list with total wealth held reaching 2.9 trillion as of June 2021, followed by San Francisco Bay Area 2.6 trillion, Tokyo 2.5 trillion, London 2.3 trillion, Beijing at 2 trillion, and on down the list it goes. Yeah, I wonder how long it'll be before New York is knocked off that with the exodus of folks out of both New York and San Francisco, for that matter. They appear to be the 1 and 2. But along with the corporations, there's been a mass exodus out of the blue states because of the very policies that they fund in the red states. The idiocy knows no bounds. Let's see here. And also out of Zero Hedge, Peter Thiel. Is he building a luxury doomsday mansion in New Zealand? Why is everybody leaving? I mean, this is a land of opportunity, the land of the free, the home of the brave. Why in the world would they want to leave this socialist utopia that they themselves have built and shoveled money at? I don't understand. New Zealand is becoming the ideal spot for high net worth people to ride out a societal collapse. Billionaire Google co-founder Larry Page has been hiding out in private islands in Fiji to avoid COVID-19 and was recently granted New Zealand residency under a category for wealthy investors. Long before Page, Peter Thiel, the tech billionaire who co-founded PayPal and Palantir, retained residency on the island country in the southwestern Pacific Ocean and bought a $13.5 million estate in 2015. Jog this guy here. It seems to have gotten stuck as well. So, according to CNBC, Thiel has filed plans to build a mansion buried into the hillside on the shores of Lake Wanaka. Architecture drawings of the hillside mansion, designed by Tokyo Olympic Stadium architect Kengo Kuma and associates, show what almost looks like a classy doomsday shelter with enough livable area for 24 people. Interesting. So, yeah. Seems everybody's bailing on the U.S. I wonder why. What could be so bad? Well, let's switch gears up a little bit out of financials. Head over to what is going on with Maricopa County here. We get this Maricopa County private canvas data revealed, and it's really bad for the regime. Yeah, we're still waiting on the actual report and that from the audit folks, the cyber ninjas, as it were, who suddenly came down mysteriously with the COVID. But in the meantime, we get this. Liz Harris and its smellsfunny.com team have been quietly canvassing in Arizona since early December. On War Room Today, Liz revealed their findings from the last 2 months of focused work in Maricopa County. Liz and team knocked on more than 11,000 doors and received 4,570 responses. Of those, more than a third, 34.23%, said they voted in the 2020 election, yet the record lists them as not having been voted. If this figure is representative of all of Maricopa County, it would mean that approximately 173,000 votes were potentially lost. Captain Seth Cashel revealed info of the impossibility of Biden and Democrat wins down ticket in Maricopa County, Arizona today on War Room Pandemic. Concerned citizen Liz Harris from Maricopa County followed his presentation with a provocative report detailing a private canvass conducted by her citizen-led team. We, the people in Arizona, set up our own canvassing operation since December. Harris outlined in-depth training and selection process for the all-volunteer effort. Major findings: 34.23% of people canvassed were reported as not having voted, but told canvassers they did vote. These were categorized as lost votes. In other words, registered voters declared they voted, but their votes were not registered. The total was 173,000 for possible lost votes. Ghost votes, 96,389 votes came from addresses where no vote possibly could have been cast. A large percentage of in-person voters had mail-in ballot also counted in election. Harris is now getting all 50 states to do a full canvass. The report can be downloaded on the tab below. So there you have it. A little bit of an update from what is going on in Arizona, getting the slow drip of information. And let's see, what else? Freedom rings in Savannah despite local government. This out of the Georgia Record, also picked up by Creative Destruction Media here today. So the mayor of Savannah, Mayor Van Johnson, reinstituted his emergency order mask mandate in late July and then made it more stringent in mid-August. City buildings are all closed for in-person business again, and events involving more than 50 people shall not be held on city-owned properties except weddings oddly. Citizens have responded in varied ways, but many remain stressed because the major tourism industry dipped last year to approximately 40% below 2019. Savannah is largely dependent on this $3 billion industry, and stakeholders are ready to return to fully embracing the proven event patterns that have built historic Savannah's prosperity and international acclaim. However, when local government messages hit the airwaves, some of the tourists stay home. Since Savannah and coastal Tybee Island are mostly drive-in regional destinations, attractiveness can flip on a dime. Some claim to fear for disease safety, but others despise what many consider the tyrannical overreach of the local government and make their statements by vacationing and spending. A Labor Day weekend was hugely profitable and businesses welcomed the surge. However, when the streets are more quiet, it is local citizens who continue the daily battles. The nearly one-party city and county government has command of most of the local news media messaging, conjoins its narratives with the local Chamber of Commerce, and has spellbound much of the urban poor population. They demonstrate that it's easier to reinstitute the mask mandate and hang the Mask Up Savannah sign than to repair the lettering on the historic City Hall. City Hall. Little humor injected there, I suppose. Yeah, City Hall. Says the mayor also has a primary voice in local police operations related to this mandate. On some days, depending on their feelings toward violators, police attempt to issue $500 mask citations. The mayor designed 25-member COVID response team last year, removing personnel from the police and fire department, putting them on the street and relabeled all-terrain carts and reclassifying them in the human resources system as revenue investigators. Taxpayers will pay this team $1 million in salaries this year. City police demonstrate the priorities of their chiefs when they operate only the beat. Only one local citizen, the speaker in this video, has received 3 other citations while exercising his First Amendment rights. Each of the citations have been dismissed, strangely, because the courthouse refuses to allow him entry without a mask to stand for his hearings. In this video, you can see what the police officer is pushing him to sign an unjust $500 citation, which he refuses. 3 officers stand by, allowing a couple with no mask to pass by without question. Oh, this ought to be dandy. Let's let this play through.
I have a constitutional right not to wear a mask if I don't want to. I have a health issue. I've told you that several times,
yes, you have.
As I did yesterday. I've told you I have a health issue. I'm constitutionally within my rights not to wear a mask, and what you're enforcing is illegal.
I understand your position, sir. But still, at the issue of citation, what I need you to do is sign right here on this line.
I'm not going to sign anything under duress. I'm not required to sign anything under duress. I will not sign that piece of garbage right there. I will not sign it.
Okay.
You are violating my civil rights. Officer, you are violating my civil rights.
I just don't like saying people's names wrong.
You are violating my civil rights. And there are 2 people walking by right now without masks, and there's no law enforcement with them.
So there you have it. Yeah, keep in mind, just like a driving citation, they just want your signature. What they're doing is trying to contract with you. And you can refuse the contract. The guy is absolutely right. Don't sign the thing. If by chance you are coerced into signing it, side of road or perhaps safety issues, things of that nature, you can sign it, but you can also sign something to the effect of UCC 1-308 and under duress, because they're not making it explicit to you what the terms of said contract are. And that's exactly what it is. All crimes are commercial. They just want your money. They just want the fees. The $500. That's it. It's not about health. Never was. So then a tradition that harkens back to the American Revolution and the response to King George, pushback pervades Savannah culture. Thousands challenge the local government on a regular basis. Even young students at the mostly liberal Savannah College of Art and Design and other local institutions are finding that their cost of living and freedoms are being immediately impacted. They're starting to speak out. For example, recently the city government and public health department posted that a vaccine was, quote, the best defense from the Delta variant. Over 150 comments of pure derision resulted. As the local media continues to make a mockery of ivermectin use, those in the surrounding learned communities and knowledgeable rural counties counter the media narrative with piles of international research and pragmatic use of considerations. When city council members attempt to promote the local Confederate monuments as no longer welcome, an outcry of leave the park alone reverberates back to the Friends of Forsyth Park, the Garden Mafia, who are running cover for them in the name of park redesign. Returning to history, this is why the Georgia colony rejected King George, which is written directly in the Declaration of Independence of 1776. He has abdicated government here by declaring us out of his protection and waging war against us. In every stage of these oppressions, we have petitioned for redress in the most humble terms. Our repeated petitions have been answered only by repeated injury. A prince whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant is unfit to be the ruler of a free people. So I guess I'll break from that there. But obviously, yeah, that's exactly where we should be at this point in history, rebelling at every turn, putting them in their respective places. This was never about health. All right, let's see here. Carrying on. Let's bounce over to some world news. A little bit of time here. Over to South Africa, de-Zumification and the possibly terminal crisis of the ANC. It says it is very clear that the ANC in South Africa is in crisis, despite the hopes originally engendered by Cyril Ramaphosa's displacing Jacob Zuma as leader of the ANC and the country. There cannot be a new dawn until there is a proper reckoning with the main features of the Zuma period, which entailed much more than state capture and corruption. So the current crisis of the ANC has taken a range of permutations. I have not wanted to write a series of narratives, of which we have plenty, on the latest developments, but probe what constitutes the character of an enduring crisis that will not go away. It is well known that the removal of Jacob Zuma from the ANC and state presidency engendered a sense of hope, referred to as a new dawn by the new president. Cyril Ramaphosa and his supporters supposedly turning their backs on what has been termed 9 wasted years under the leadership of Zuma. Unfortunately, the failure to adequately articulate what a break from Zumaism or de-Zumification entailed has meant not only that very many who were complicit in his rise and various deeds have never really acknowledged what was wrong with this period and their own role in enabling and sustaining it. Although a declaration of what one disavows, precisely what Zumaism comprised, it was easy for many of its main features to continue, and very often with the same dramatis personae. The Zuma era is not adequately comprehended by phrases like 9 wasted years, nor by estimation of the billions or trillions that were pillaged by state capture and lesser corruption at a range of levels, crucial as these are obstacles to ensuring a better life for all, now and in the future. But before one can break from that which was enabled and assisted over these years, one needs to articulate all its characteristics and not selectively choose those that are convenient to repudiate. When that happens, it can be seen whether the post-Zuma era represents a rupture or primarily or substantially continuity. So there is little doubt that the ascension to the presidency of Ramaphosa entailed an important improvement on the Zuma era and led to some people being charged or held to account for wrongdoing. But this did not entail an adequate or comprehensive renunciation of what has colluded in during the Zuma era and what in many cases continues today, only under the aegis of the same individuals. The Zuma era cannot be adequately encapsulated by focusing, as is the case in most commentary, on corruption and state capture. Those who brought Zuma to power, and this includes the substantial and disgraceful work of the SACP and COSATU, who knew exactly what they were doing, need to articulate the full range of qualities that were features of this period from which they now claim to dissociate. And so Zumaism goes beyond corruption, the rape trial. The immediate reason why many of us broke from the ANC and its allies was not because there was already strong evidence of Zuma being corrupt before the Polokwane Conference of 2007, crucial as that was to reject him as an alternative to the leadership of Thabo Mbeki. Although that was in our minds, what gave a sense of urgency was that the rape trial of 2006 signified in a political movement that many associated with respect for all human beings. Instead, this trial entailed the pummeling of the complainant, Fazikil Netsukala Kuzwayo, who assumed the pseudonym of Kwezi in Zuma's rape trial, where everything had been learnt in the adoption of feminist positions in the ANC and its allies about victim blaming, patriarchy, and violent masculinities was discarded. And cultural essentialism and ethnic chauvinism were deployed along with the resonance of the armed struggle in the song Umshini Wam, meaning bring me my machine gun, and as armory against the already vulnerable Kwezi. This was done to enable a sense of victimhood, not in the complainant's survival of rape. In fact, one of the most shoddy judgments of our time dismissed Kwezi's evidence. The judge also allowed testimony of her sexual history, most of which represented abuse, and Zuma was acquitted. The ANC and allied discourse surrounding the trial depicted Zuma as the victim of a range of conspiracies. And to my knowledge, no person in leadership in any of these organizations has, to this day, repudiated their role in the rape trial. Almost all the top leaders sang and danced with Zuma outside the court every day or were complicit by their silence. Shockingly, this also includes many who still speak of themselves as feminists, as those who claim to inject gender equality into the ANC-led alliance. It was a renunciation of a long history of gender awareness, especially in the SACP and notably in its slain leader, Chris Hani. Cheryl Walker has noted how even in the early years of the Communist Party, the public/private divide of patriarchy was highlighted. See Women in Resistance in South Africa, second edition, Keep Town there. Says many of these people thrived during the Zuma period and without any self-criticism continue to hold high office in government and the organization of the Allies. So I'm going to leave that there. A little bit of a read here, but nonetheless, they are going to still struggle with trying to de-Zoomify, if you will, what is going on in South Africa. And so remains to be seen how that will pan out, especially in light of recent turmoil and that blew up here in the last couple months. So stay tuned in that regard. Other world news, we get this as out of South Front, says strange death of Putin's potential successor. Interesting. So the head of the Russian Ministry of Emergency Situations, who is said to be in a short list of possible successors of Vladdy, died under strange circumstances. On September 8th, Yevgeny Zinichev, 55, died when saving a person during the exercises. This is the first case of death of a sitting minister of the Russian federal government. According to official data provided by the department, Zinichev was checking the construction of a new fire station in the city of Norilsk in the northern Krasnoyarsk Krai. He came to the village of Dedinka, where exercises aimed to protect the Russian Arctic zone from emergency situations were held. He was accompanied by the governor of the Krasnoyarsk Krai, Alexander Us. Reports of Zinichev's death were accompanied by a number of unofficial versions of the incident, including conspiracy ones. At 5 o'clock in the morning, a helicopter with a minister on board reportedly took off from Norilsk. The accident took place at about 7 o'clock. According to some reports, Zidichev died during a film shooting. The footage of the exercise should be used by the Ministry of Emergency Situations. Zidichev reportedly tried to hold a film crew member who slipped at the edge of a cliff at the Kitabo Oran waterfall. They both died. RT editor-in-chief Margarita Simonyan wrote in her Telegram channel that the second victim is the cameraman who fell into the water. Zidichev tried to save him, but he crashed on a rock. Press service of the ministry later confirmed that Zidichev had tried to save famous Russian film director Alexander Melnikov. Zidichev, who is known to be a person of integrity with an impeccable reputation. He was born on August 18, 1966 in Leningrad. From 1987 to 1991, he was in the service of the KGB of the USSR. He also worked in the central office of the FSB of Russia, where he became the head of the regional department. From 2006 to 2015, he worked in the personal security of President and Prime Minister Vladimir Putin. An important fact of his biography is that he worked as the deputy head of the FSB's counterterrorism service since 2014. In 2015, he was appointed head of the FSB department for the Kaliningrad region. He later served as the acting governor of the Kaliningrad region, and from October 2016 to May 2018, he was deputy director of the FSB of Russia. In 2018, Zidichev was appointed the head of the Ministry of Emergency Situations. Being an army general, he was close to Russian President Putin, and according to Putin's press secretary, this is a great loss for the president, as they worked together for many years. The tragic death of a high-ranking Russian politician is out of the ordinary and raises suspicion, as it happened at a time when the figure of Putin's successor is being actively discussed, and on the eve of the State Duma elections, and when the confrontation within the Russian elites between the so-called Siloviki and liberals has critically escalated. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I kind of thought that old Vladi was pretty well president for life so long as he wanted it. Perhaps not necessarily the case. So over to South China Morning Post we go. It says China's corruption busters signal they plan to make bribe givers pay. Yeah. Of course, we're seeing all sorts of funny business go on in the financials net over in China right now, cracking down on investments by foreigners, the exposure of, setting up shell corporations in the Caymans net and giving them claim to profits, things of that nature, all sorts of funny business going on. But joint document outlines plans to crack down on bribers as well as bribe takers. Punishment could include restrictions on market entry and adding offenders to a blacklist. And of course, a lot of this stems from what just took place with Didi, which is a ride-sharing company, kind of like what Uber and Lyft are here in the United States. They went to list it and had all sorts of investors pile in, and then all of a sudden China says, nope, I don't think so. This poses a security risk, national security. And lo and behold, a bunch of investors here pretty well got duped and suckered, and they put the screws to them. And now I think they're in effect locking most investors out that aren't within the confines of China. In any case, says China's anti-corruption bodies and law enforcement organs have said they are exploring measures to get tougher on people who give bribes, not just officials who take them, and build a blacklist of suspected bribers. The Central Commission for Discipline and Inspection, the Communist Party's top anti-corruption watchdog, on Wednesday released a document jointly with other party and state agencies that outlined their intention to crack down on both bribers and bribe takers. Wonder if that includes internal to the party. One might wonder. Stressing that punishment shall be given to both those who take bribes and those who offer them, the document specifies the investigation will focus on those committing multiple bribery, huge bribery, or bribery to many people, party members, and state employees offering bribes, bribery in key areas and fields, and major commercial bribery, said a summary of the document posted on the CCDI website. We must be conscientiously aware that a major reason corruption has continued to happen is because bribers have resorted to whatever means to entrap our party members and cadres. Interesting. Says we must have a good grasp of the political harm of offering bribes, adopt various measures to strengthen precision and effectiveness in combating offering bribes, so we can treat the symptoms and causes of corruption. I wonder if that would work for K Street and lobbyists and all the corporations here that write the bills that our congressmen and women put forth as bills and pass. Wonder if that would work. Oh, we'll have to see. We will organize our resources to carry out research on how to implement market entry and qualification restrictions for bribers and the establishment of a blacklist of the bribers. The document was issued jointly by the CCDI, the National Supervision Commission, the Communist Party's Organization Department, the United Front Work Department, the Central Political and Legal Affairs Commission, the Supreme People's Court, and the Supreme People's Procuratorate, emphasizing a collective effort to crack down on bribery. Hao Yacho, a partner at Beijing W&H law firm, which specializes in criminal cases, said that similar directives had been issued before, but this one carried a lot of political weight. Such legal opinions are not new. The Supreme People's Court and Supreme People's Procuratorate, boy, that's a tough word to say, jointly issued a similar legal opinion on harsher punishment for bribers in 1999, Howe said. But this one is released by offices of much higher authority, covering more top agencies and reflecting a more solemn attitude and concerted effort by the leadership to target the bribers, because they are now regarded as a major cause of corruption. Be curious to see how far that extends. Will that extend across the pond by the infiltration into universities and institutions all across the land here? We shall see. And so from there, let's go back across the pond here to how to tell what the government fears most. An interesting piece out of American Thinker here today as well. Says, I wish it need not have happened in my time, said Frodo. So do I, said Gandalf, and so do all who live to see such times. But that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given us. I am of the opinion that we are all part of one of the great epochal shifts in human history, and that what we fight to secure today will reverberate through society for generations. We did not ask for this moment. Most of us, in fact, have hoped that by quietly enduring the hardships that come our way, our toleration of what is intolerable would somehow be rewarded with comfort and peace. As with all turning points in human history, however, the desire to ignore obvious trespasses in order to forestall conflict has had the effect of encouraging further harm until conflict is all but certain. Like a garden hose tied into a knot, societal pressure has been steadily building, and everybody senses that it could pop at any time. As with all revolutionary moments, at the root of this conflict is an idea, and one word. That idea is freedom. Now, governments have been manipulating this word for as long as humans have been demanding it. Lenin seized power in Russia while claiming to free the proletariat masses. In FDR's famous For Freedom State of the Union address in 1941, the president defended freedom of speech and freedom of religion, but also insisted that it is government's responsibility to ensure freedom from want and freedom from fear. In the days since, the United States Supreme Court refrained from interfering with the state of Texas' decision to limit abortion after the detection of a baby's heartbeat. Pro-abortion Americans have insisted that a woman's freedom to terminate her pregnancy up to the moment of childbirth supersedes a baby's freedom to live. So, when I say this revolutionary moment is at its heart a conflict over freedom, I must be clear that it is an ideological battle pitting human life and free will against the commands of collectivist authorities. namely, that individual liberty is a moral imperative being threatened by an increasingly all-powerful globalized government run by a small handful of decision makers in the name of the greater good. Every interaction between government and citizen today tests how far individual liberty may be diminished before the public pushes back. Should authorities have had the power to close businesses and prohibit public gatherings in the name of health? What if the risk to the public health is less than 1%? What if the risk is merely 1/100th of 1%? If government can interfere with liberty whenever there is any degree of risk, can there be any degree of liberty? If government can make you afraid of something, imaginary or not, may it then control your life completely in order to guarantee FDR's freedom from fear? Does depending on government to ensure freedom from fear not incentivize government to invent new fears that only additional government powers can vanquish? Does this not subsidize fear with taxpayer dollars and guarantee that government will always strive to make citizens afraid? Can it really be true that individual liberty should be allowed to exist only when there is nothing that can hurt us? Isn't that what a master might tell his slaves? If truth exists independently from governmental decree, and science is a process in search of truth, then why are governments working with Google, Facebook, and Twitter to censor scientific debates? Is truth so fragile that it will not survive false attacks? Is science so dependent on official edicts that it must be regulated and practiced only by a small priestly caste? If scientific consensus depends on government creating a monopoly over information, does this mean that truth is whatever government deems it to be? Since government is incentivized to invest in fear, it is likely that government will ever declare a truth that isn't also scary. If government power grows by monopolizing information and weaponizing fear, then isn't the greatest threat to government an independent citizen, unafraid of thinking for himself? Is it not true, then, that every single person is capable of destroying the illusion of total government control? Is it not true that leaders can rise from anywhere, whether at local school board meetings and football stadiums, or even from spontaneous testimonials during Red Lobster dinners? Is it difficult to imagine freedom speakeasies popping up wherever freedom is outlawed? Is it not true that there are more citizens than jail cells, and that when enough people choose to disobey unjust laws, government must choose either to change the laws or lose its powers? Is it not true that every fight for freedom throughout history has started with a spark that catches fire? Is it not also true that sometimes the worst brush fires spread and things get unbearably hot for a while, but then great growth rebounds after that? I am of the firm opinion that not only does the course of history refuse to follow some linear arrangement dictated by those in positions of power, but that it also often ricochets against the most concerted efforts of those attempting to direct its currents. During these moments of self-inflicted backfire, history is up for grabs. Great leaders arise and even greater ideas emerge. For Americans, the propositions that set our ancestors free beckon once again. As President Coolidge observed in his timeless 1926 speech celebrating the 150th anniversary of America, some truths are set in stone. Bear with me here. Well, looks like I'm all right, I think. Guess just a little bit of a lag. All right. Sorry, checking the broadcast here to see if you're still following along. Let's see. As I said, if all men are created equal, that is final. If they are endowed with unalienable rights, that is final. If governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed, That is final. No advance, no progress can be made beyond these propositions. If anyone wishes to deny their truth or their soundness, the only direction in which he can proceed historically is not forward, but backward toward a time when there was no equality, no rights of the individual, no rule of the people. We didn't ask for this moment. But should we have the strength of character to see it for what it is, then we have the power to determine what happens next. All we have to decide is that freedom is worth defending with the time that is given to us. Good read. And let's hope that everybody does use their time wisely. Gene Zai says, did you see the Sun-Times article about QAnon, ivermectin, and Resurrection Hospital in Chicago? I did not, Gene. If you can drop the link, great. If not, I'll have to do a little bit of a search after the show here today to see if I can hunt it down. Not sure why these idiots would try and pin QAnon, tie it to ivermectin. You know, it's ridiculousness at its finest by the Mockingbird media that nobody listens to at this point. Everything 5x5. All right. Thanks, John Jordan. Appreciate it. Just watching the D Live side of things here. Looks like it's got a little bit of a lag. All right. Well, continuing on, got a few things to wrap up here before the top of the hour. Hopefully, Sonny will be joining there, and then I will be on with the rest of the show today. Doing the old legwork here. Out of the Federalist. Many of us have probably already seen this, but the National Archives slaps harmful content warning on Constitution and all other founding documents. All I can say is it's about time. I mean, if you want the ultimate form of rebellion, I mean, it's all laid out right there. What took them so long? Dear God, if you want to know what the definition of a rebel is, take a look at our founding fathers. They went against all grains to set up what they did here. Some might say, yeah, there's secret society involvements and blah, blah, blah. That may be true. But look at what they set up. Look at the documents they penned. Look at the ideas they brought forth. You know, having gone through the Federalist Papers, all 85 of them now here almost 2 years ago. I may get back to that here again soon. But between them and the Anti-Federalist Papers, you know, the pros and cons of all of it. At least they could have civil discourse about it back then and setting up what would later become our Constitution. Can we even do that here today? I don't think so. You can't have an argument with folks who will beat you down with their level of stupidity. There is no reason. There is no logic. It's all feelings. It's all garbage at this point. So as bad as this headline looks, I'd say, great. Hopefully everybody's got copies of these, got them downloaded, what have you, in case something should ever happen. But there's plenty of places online. I'm sure you'll be able to still find them. But the National Archives Record Administration placed a harmful content warning on the Constitution, labeling the governing document of the United States as harmful or difficult to view. The warning applies to all documents across the archives catalog website, including the Bill of Rights and the Declaration of Independence. Bravo. NARA's records span the history of the United States, and it's our charge to preserve and make available these historical recordings, the administration said in a statement. As a result, some of the materials presented here may reflect outdated, biased, offensive, and possibly violent views and opinions. In addition, some of the materials may relate to violent or graphic events and are preserved for their historical significance. Who the heck is the SJW Puke in charge of the National Archives today? Well, little Puke SJW probably wet his pants over this stuff. Who's paying him, by the way? Taking a little extra funds under the table, are we? I wonder. The NARA, which is responsible for preserving and protecting documentation of American heritage, noted that so-called harmful historical documents could reflect racist, sexist, ableist, misogynistic, misogynoir, and xenophobic opinions and attitudes, be discriminatory towards or exclude diverse views on sexuality, gender, religion, and more, and include graphic content of historical events such as violent death, medical procedures, crime, wars, terrorist attacks, acts, natural disasters, and more. But I guess child trafficking, sex trafficking, mutilation of babies at abortion, at Planned Parenthood, selling of baby parts for the manufacture of jabs, all that's totally cool. Totally cool. No problem there. But look away from our founding documents, they said. Along with committing to diversity and equity, the NARA said it would work in conjunction with diverse communities and seek to balance the preservation of this history with sensitivity to how these materials are presented and perceived by users. Ah, my feelings. This isn't the first time the National Archives has catered to a leftist view of history. In June, the National Archives Racism Task Force claimed that the Archives Rotunda, which houses founding documents, is an example of structural racism. The task force also pushed to include trigger warnings around displays of the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights, which are all in the Rotunda. The warning is a blanket statement atop all the documents in the archive catalogs that links to a statement on potentially harmful content. As news of the website warning circulated on Twitter, the NARA issued a standard response to those concerned by the harmful label on the Constitution. There you go, right at the top of the page. Tom Capman says, Dear U.S. National Archives, this toddstearns.com values blah, blah, blah link seems a bit dense. The Constitution has a harmful language alert, to which they responded, this alert is not connected to any specific records, but appears at the top of the page while you are using the online catalog. It's for your safety, folks. They are just looking out for your safety. To learn more about why the alert about harmful language appears in our catalog, please go to blah, blah, blah. This alert is not connected to any specific records, but appears at the top of the page while you are using the online catalog. Of course, they're just looking out for your safety. Puke SJWs. Unbelievable. In any case, off to the next here. Exclusive, Biden's National Security Council China director is former fellow at Chinese state-funded group advising communist officials sanction for human rights abuses. Well, isn't that just par for the course? I mean, just take a look at all of the residents Stand by. All right, I believe we're coming back. Let's see if we're back online here. If we got to redo. Do I gotta go live? Let's try that again. Let's see. Speaker. All right. Let's see if that came back. Go back. All right. Looks like we are. That was a little rude. Thank you, China. Appreciate it. Love you bunches. Before I was rudely interrupted, maybe I'll just hit the headline and go on for the sake of time here. But for the record, the National Pulse had this says exclusive Biden's National Security Council China director is former fellow at Chinese state-funded group advising communist officials sanctioned for human rights abuses. Natalie Winters had the article here yesterday. Hosted within the Harvard Kennedy School, the Ash Center for Democratic Governance and Innovation is funded by several Chinese Communist Party-backed entities. Among its donors are China Southern Power Grid Corp., whose management is directly appointed by China's central government. So maybe I'll just drop the link out there for you guys wishing to read that one. You guys can take a peek at it, and I'll move on for the sake of time here. I do have a couple things I want to get to before the top of the hour. And let's see. Let's move on into... Activist Post had this: 20 years of government-sponsored tyranny, the rise of the security industrial complex from 9/11 to COVID-19. And quick programming note here. This would be a good time to interject this. And this Saturday, over on the Soapbox, we are going to have a little bit of a round table for those wishing to join. So you can catch us on Saturday afternoon, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. We're going to have a round table, a consortium of various show hosts, things of that nature, all discussing things pertaining to 9/11 some 20 years ago, based on our various experiences, research, you name it. And then hopefully we've got a means and ways to pull in some callers net out of chat from the audience as well. We'll start that off at 1 p.m. Eastern on Saturday over on the Soapbox. You can catch it there. Don't know how long it's going to run. We may run 2 hours. We may run 4 hours. It may run 6 hours. I have no idea. We'll have to see as the day goes and go from there. But in any case, 20 years of government-sponsored tyranny. We'll get into that here. Says, I tell you, freedom and human rights in America are doomed. The U.S. government will lead the American people and the West in general into an unbearable hell and a choking life. Osama bin Laden, back in October 2001, as reported by the Clown News. What a strange and harrowing road we've walked since September 11, 2001. Littered with the debris of our once vaunted liberties, we have gone from a nation that took great pride in being a model of a representative democracy to being a model of how to persuade a freedom-loving people to march in lockstep with a police state. Our losses are mounting with every passing day. What began with the post-9/11 passage of the USA Patriot Act has snowballed into the eradication of every vital safeguard against government overreach, corruption, and abuse. The citizenry's unquestioning acquiescence to anything the government wants to do in exchange for the phantom promise of safety and security has resulted in a society where the nation has been locked down into a militarized, mechanized, hypersensitive, legalistic, self-righteous, goose-stepping antithesis of every principle upon which this nation was founded. Set against a backdrop of government surveillance, militarized police, SWAT team raids, asset forfeiture, eminent domain, overcriminalization, armed surveillance drones, whole body scanners, stop and frisk searches, police violence, and the like, all of which have been sanctioned by Congress, the White House and the courts, our constitutional freedoms have been steadily chipped away at, undermined, eroded, whittled down, and generally discarded. The rights embodied in the Constitution, if not already eviscerated, are on life support. Free speech, the right to protest, the right to challenge government wrongdoing, due process, a presumption of innocence, the right to self-defense, accountability and transparency in government, privacy, press, sovereignty, assembly, bodily integrity, representative government, all of these and more have become casualties in the government's war on the American people, a war that has grown more pronounced since 9/11. Indeed, since the towers fell on 9/11, the U.S. government has posed a greater threat to our freedoms than any terrorist, extremist, or foreign entity ever could. While nearly 3,000 people died in the 9/11 attacks, the U.S. government and its agents have easily killed at least 10 times that number of civilians in the U.S. and abroad since 9/11 through its police shootings, SWAT team raids, drone strikes, and profit-driven efforts to police the globe, sell weapons to foreign nations, which too often fall into the hands of terrorists, thank you, Joe, and $85 billion worth of equipment, and foment civil unrest in order to keep the security industrial complex gainfully employed. The American people have been treated like enemy combatants, to be spied on, tracked, scanned, frisked, searched, subjected to all manner of intrusions, intimidated, invaded, raided, manhandled, censored, silenced, shot at, locked up, denied due process, and killed. And allowing ourselves to be distracted by terror drills, foreign wars, color-coded warnings, pandemic lockdowns, and other carefully constructed exercises in propaganda, sleight of hand, and obfuscations, we fail to recognize that the U.S. government, the government that was supposed to be a government of the people, by the people, for the people, has become the enemy of the people. Consider that the government's answer to every problem has been more government at taxpayer expense and less individual liberty. Every crisis, manufactured or otherwise, since the nation's early beginnings has become a make-work opportunity for the government to expand its reach and its power at taxpayer expense, while limiting our freedoms at every turn. The Great Depression, the World Wars, the 9/11 terror attacks, the COVID-19 scamdemic. Viewed in this light, the history of the United States is a testament to the old adage that liberty decreases as government and government bureaucracy grows. Or, to put it another way, as government expands, liberty contracts. This is how the emergency state operates, after all. And we should know, after all, we have spent the past 20 years in a state of emergency. From 9/11 to COVID-19, we, the people, have acted the part of the helpless, gullible victims desperately in need of the government to save us from whatever danger threatens. In turn, the government has been all too accommodating and eager, while also expanding its power and authority in the so-called name of national security. This is a government that has grown so corrupt, greedy, power-hungry, and tyrannical over the course of the past 240-plus years that our constitutional republic has since given way to idiocracy and representative government that has given way to kleptocracy, government ruled by thieves, and a kakistocracy, a government run by unprincipled career politicians, corporations, and thieves that panders to the worst vices in our nature and has little regard for the rights of American citizens. What this really amounts to is a war on the American people, fought on American soil, funded with taxpayer dollars, and waged with a single-minded determination to use national crises, manufactured or otherwise, in order to transform the American homeland into a battlefield. Indeed, the government's mismanagement of various states of emergency in the past 20 years has spawned a massive security industrial complex, the likes of which have never been seen before. According to the National Priorities Project at the Progressive Institute for Policy Studies, since 9/11, the United States has spent $21 trillion on militarization, surveillance, and repression. Clearly, this is not a government that is a friend to freedom. Rather, this is a government that, in conjunction with its corporate partners, views the citizenry as consumers and bits of data to be bought, sold, and traded. This is a government that spies on and treats its people as if they have no right to privacy, especially in their own homes, while the freedom to be human is being erased. This is a government that is laying the groundwork to weaponize the public's biomedical data as a convenient means by which to penalize certain unacceptable social behaviors. Incredibly, a new government agency, HARPA, a healthcare counterpart to the Pentagon's research and development arm, DARPA, will take the lead in identifying and targeting signs of mental illness or violent inclinations among the populace by using artificial intelligence to collect data from Apple Watches, Fitbits, Amazon Echo, and Google Home. This is a government that routinely engages in taxation without representation, whose elected officials lobby for our votes only to ignore us once elected. This is a government comprised of petty bureaucrats, vigilantes masquerading as cops, and faceless technicians. This is a government that railroads taxpayers into financing government programs whose only purpose is to increase the power and wealth of the corporate elite. This is a government, a warring empire, that forces its taxpayers to pay for wars abroad that serve no other purpose except to expand the reach of the military-industrial complex. This is a government that subjects its people to scans, searches, pat-downs, and other indignities by the TSA and Viper raids on so-called soft targets like shopping malls and bus depots by black-clad Darth Vader lookalikes. This is a government that uses fusion centers, which represent the combined surveillance efforts of federal, state, and local law enforcement to track the citizenry's movements, record their conversation, and catalog their transactions. And I'm going to have to break from that there as I am at the top of the hour. But the way this reads out, folks, is very much like what our Declaration of Independence reads: the long train of abuses. They have stepped way outside the box. This is not what our founders intended. And it's time, folks, as spelled out in the Constitution, that we have the right to alter and abolish those who pervert the Constitution. The time is at hand. Stand up. Be heard, be vocal.
Did you have something else you wanted to cover, Breaking? You also said you had a couple things or a few things.
I'm pretty well toward the end of my stack here. Okay. I had probably about 25 or so.
Okay.
For the couple hours here. Just to drop a couple headlines. Also, out of Activist Post today, it says U.S. airstrikes have killed up to 48,000 civilians since 9/11. Might be a good one to save for Saturday as a discussion piece. Also, out of the Federalist, Britney Spears' father files to end 13-year conservatorship. And
yes,
we touched upon that briefly last week of where things were. So perhaps things are progressing in that regard. And then also tracking devices in bras. I don't know if you saw the piece there. The black lady is tearing open what was it? Pink is the brand or whatever. Tearing that open and seeing
Victoria's Secret, though, was that part of the story?
No. She said not Victoria's Secret. It's the brand, not Victoria's Secret, but the brand Pink is what I recall her saying.
Okay.
Cutting off this tag or whatever and tearing it open in the middle and finding this little plastic strip with all sorts of gadgetry built in. And he says, hey, this is what they're using to track your kids via these bras. Says, get those things out of there.
Oh,
and
gosh.
So, yeah, I saw that posted yesterday. But that's what I was going to close with. I think I hit all the major highlights of the day here.
Okay. And it goes on. It goes on and on.
Yeah, it's absolutely nuts. So, on with the show. This is it, I guess.
Okay. Yep.
So, what do you got in store for us today?
You know, I got some video. Well, I do my video clips. I've resorted to that, but I think I have some that are kind of funny and interesting. So,
alrighty.
Yeah. Of our beloved resident.
resident in chief. He is not a president by any stretch of the means. And I think we're kind of seeing that across the states here as of late. He was booed out of, where was it, New Jersey yesterday.
Oh,
Of
yeah.
course, over the weekend, you had all the college football games of kids chanting F Biden, big chants going on. Where's he going to get booed out of next?
I just saw something today that he said that he didn't get heckled or booed. He didn't hear that.
Oh,
These people, you know,
selective hearing.
Yeah. You know, like Trudeau getting pebbles thrown at him and he just
That's
couldn't
awesome.
believe it. You know, but it's like their reactions are like not normal, you know.
They live in this bizarro world where they have created this alt reality for themselves, but yet they project on us and tell us that we're the ones that aren't living in reality when they themselves are the narrative masters, the spinners, the twisters of the information coming out to fit their narrative. And it's just not so. So yeah, it's very, very interesting.
Hey, KB, are you with us? Was KB supposed to be on today?
I am, so guys. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
That's all right. Yeah, I had DM'd him before show and checked as I went on air here today to see if he had responded and hadn't seen anything. So I just powered through. And if you responded in the middle of all my stack of stuff here today, I apologize for not getting back to it, but you're welcome to join, Sonny, if you got any commentary or things you want to add, or Sonny, if
absolutely,
it's all right.
KB. Yeah, if you got some stuff you want to talk about, go ahead. I just have video clips, just bits and pieces.
I just wanted to say a couple of things. I think from the perspective that we seeing, I mean, I'm down in South Africa, but the amazing thing that I am seeing, I'm actually quite upbeat with the things that I'm seeing globally. It looks like a massive convergence of all things happening over the next month to 6 weeks. It's amazing how we're seeing the people waking up to a large extent, whether it comes to the vax, whether it comes to COVID itself and deaths in old age homes, and whether or not it comes to the military. There's this massive convergence of things happening almost all at once. And I think it shows the way that the globalists, the oligarchs, the powers that be, the corrupt politicians, they're all panicking right now. And they're making their moves so obvious that it's actually encouraging to me. I don't know, Breaking, if you saw the amount of people that turned up for demonstrations in Brazil, for example.
Brazil.
Yeah, Bolsonaro had a huge crowd. I didn't pull that article in, but did see that before going on show here today.
Amazing, the videos that were all the people. Oh my gosh, the people.
Millions. He is considered hundreds of thousands, but literally millions of people. I mean, it's obvious it's the most populated country in South America. So we're seeing that movement. I got invited to a small group of people in South Africa, and I was pleasantly surprised when I arrived there because there were professionals, the people in my line of work, which is finance. There was a very well-known economist that was there. The first female heart surgeon in South Africa was there. She's been lambasted because she came out against the vaccine. The people, it was someone who actually does programming for Amazon and for Google was actually there and said how they've infiltrated all our phones, everything. So the people that were there were like-minded individuals, much like ourselves, who just want the truth, okay? But we're seeing this convergence of people litigating together, looking for ways to have a go against the government, looking for the medical fraternity, getting the truth out there. And the one thing that became obvious, and I was asked to speak for a couple of minutes, And I did, and I said, aside from the fact that this is really a spiritual war on a global level, we are fighting a major information war. And we have to fight smart. But I'm starting to see people working together across the color bar, across all religious, people from all walks of life walking together. One thing that's quite interesting from the South African perspective is that only 9% of the populations received a vaccine. And what's extremely encouraging, I was pleasantly surprised that the Constitutional Court, which is corrupted in South Africa, has given the okay to an election which is supposed to take place. So that looks like it's going ahead, unless they come out with some other, distraction. But we've had violence in South Africa, but we've had people working together against the state, against the powers that be, and uniting. And it's been quite encouraging. And particularly the last week, there's a sense of energy from all around the world that I'm sensing, because I am in contact with many people on many continents, even if it's just family that I do have, even in Australia. I've got cousins in Australia. I've got family throughout Europe, even in the US. Now, it's quite interesting because people are starting to say, even those that considered me to be a major conspiracy theorist, are starting to question, why do we need a third and fourth vaccine? You know, I only took the vaccine to travel. What was really interesting tonight, I listened to half an hour of Daddy Dragon's channel, and he's got a mortician on his channel, which is saying that he got called out and he kept a logbook on the deaths. So people are starting to ask the questions, which is all we can ask for. And again, going back to those of us, and I love to quote Breaking on this, he says, for those who've been paying attention. That's one of his best lines. And I'm sorry if I've poached that line, Breaking.
No worries.
Brilliant. For those of us who've been paying attention for the last couple of decades, because I am one of them, you know, it's so encouraging to see people actually go out there and take their freedom seriously for once. It's the first time that I can honestly say that I've seen it in this country. While we acknowledge that the tipping point and the place that is the most important for us, if you're patriots globally, is that the US wins this war. It's vital, okay? Because you are blessed with the constitution that you do have, and you are the place that we're most likely to win. So we need the US to win. We need the US to actually come through this, because only then can the rest of us, be free.
Okay,
so it's a major war, and it's beautiful to watch what's happening. I think the deep state, or whatever you want to call them, the bad actors, the black hats, are gearing up for some serious events over the next month or so, from cyber warfare, from global attacks on the internet. They're going to blame it on aliens. They're going to blame it on sunspots. I hope that I'm wrong, but I think there might be some events that may be taking place that innocent people will die, and I'm hoping that I'm wrong on that one. But what's also awakened the spirit is the way that these morons have attacked children, be it through the vaccine, be it through critical race theory, and those kind of things. And I think so much is coming to the fore, but I do believe the tipping point will be the Arizona elections. I mean, I watched the War Room today, and for those who didn't watch it, it's well worth the 1.5 hours.
Yeah, they're slow dripping out the information. It's not the full-blown report that we're eagerly awaiting, but they rolled out Liz Harris with the canvassing and that they have done since apparently December now. with her own team that was specialized and fully vetted all that good stuff. And they basically projected the numbers of the 30% of Maricopa County that they canvassed to basically say that would put 140 or 170,000 votes in question by way of ghost votes and things of that nature, disappeared votes. And so, yeah, I think we're getting the slow drip. I think we're causing, as in the days of Q, the enemy to expend their ammo early. My question to you, I guess, KB, is how many tinfoil hats have you had to drop in the mail to send to all these folks?
Yeah, I've given up counting.
Yeah. But yeah, another question, I guess, you think you had mentioned Bolsonaro down in Brazil, the size of the crowds and that. He is called the Trump of the tropics and that for good reason. And, they tried to take him out early on. If you remember right, they had a lone stabber basically hit him in the guts. Matter of fact, here within the last month or so, a couple months maybe, he was hospitalized for incessant hiccups. And I think that's largely stemmed from his stabbing from back then. But here recently, too, he told the populace down there, get a gun. Get a gun. Now, why in the world would he need to tell his populace that?
Yes, I
in
saw
light of
that.
everything?
Yes, he did.
It's very interesting you say that, but we've seen attacks even in Africa where, strangely enough, at least 3, possibly 4 African leaders, i.e. presidents or prime ministers, have died, interestingly, and the oldest one was 61.
The ones, would that be the ones not tied to taking the jab?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, those aren't coincidences by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah.
I think some of the world leaders are obviously living in fear.
They should.
Yeah, and they should. But the majority of them are on board with this mass slaughter of humans because there's no other way to describe it, including South Africa. Now, it's interesting from a South African perspective that we had the president out there at the G7 meeting, which in itself said a lot, and then suddenly is back in Europe, and they wanting to create a G8, including South Africa being in those top 8. Now, where once upon a time we were possibly the 5th or 6th biggest economy in the world, we are nowhere near that. However, what's important is from a strategic perspective, both for China and for many parts of the world, that if the Suez Canal is closed, there's only one way to go, and that's to go around the southern point of Africa. So strategically, we're important. We've got major mineral resources from precious metals to rare earth minerals, etc. We've got incredible agricultural land, which the Chinese have currently mostly commandeered. But the fact is, we've seen these moves. We are a little bit quiet right now after a lot of violence about a month ago. I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop. But what's interesting is that when you have a look at the ivermectin debate, when you look at the COVID debate, whether you look at the political moves in particularly Europe with the French, actually, good for them. They're probably putting up the biggest resistance.
Of course.
I think we will win. The important thing is for people to understand what power they actually do have. And I use the example of General Flynn when Chase Manhattan closed down his bank account last week. And within 48 hours, tens of thousands of American citizens did the same. They closed down their bank accounts only for Chase to come around 48 hours later to say that they'd made a mistake. Well, you don't say. Of course you made a mistake, But it's these kind of things that give me a lot of encouragement.
Yeah, I would agree. Davos, the World Economic Forum, the Klaus Schwabs have got a major, major problem on their hands. And that they thought that they would just be able to casually stomp out the little man, rickroll the populaces, roll this out, and subjugate the masses. And that's not exactly what's playing out, is it?
No,
What we're
not,
seeing
not
is a mass resistance because, and you're right, France especially, they're notorious for being a little bit rebellious, right? And whether or not it's going to take place in France with the overthrow of Macron, whether or not it'll take place here in the United States with the election-related stuff, I don't know what the spark, let's say, will be that will set the ball in motion, let's say, to the good, as opposed to what they've been rolling out and have ramped up since DJT's removal. You know, if go ahead.
No, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
You know, the point being that they knew with DJT there was going to be a speed bump. 4 years they were going to have to endure of things getting scaled back, rolled back, et cetera, because it interrupted their 16-year plan that HRC was supposed to have carried forth and pretty well brought us to heel. And of course, that didn't happen. As the saying goes that we have come to learn and enjoy, they never thought she would lose. And so now that the speed bump is out of the way, they are full bore. They've got that dial cranked to 11 on how quickly they're going to try and manifest this and push their plan, because they've only got a short time. They know that if the populace awakens, that they are in deep, deep trouble. There is not going to be a place for them to run and hide. And just like I covered on broadcast here today, you're seeing millionaires, billionaires, and the like all head to Saudi Arabia. They're heading to Peter Thiel heading down to New Zealand. Why are all these millionaires and billionaires suddenly running from the very place that made them fortunes? And it is their dollars that have helped to manifest these policies and edicts and decrees and things that have led us to this socialism, this Marxism, this worldwide totalitarianism. Why are they running?
This is interesting. Out of Sky News Australia today, about 16 minutes ago, it says the World Health Organization has called for a pause on vaccine booster shots until 2022.
Yeah.
Do you think that's because they rolled it out too fast? I mean, so many people are resisting.
Too many people are dying.
And then they're trying to shove the boosters.
It's a mismanagement of the resources and conflagration of the people who are trying to push this. Let's not discard the fact that the CDC, the FDA, the World Health Organization, Gavi, the Gates Foundation, Soros, all these entities are all working at full speed ahead, and they're dropping the ball. It's there for all to witness. It goes exactly to what I was just speaking, that they're making huge, huge mistakes on the world stage for all to see. It's full exposure at this point. They can't hide it.
Right.
And so they get their narratives juxtaposed. They miss some things, and all of a sudden the left hand's not agreeing with the right hand. And you see all this consternation, this conflagration, mixed messages, et cetera, and it's all by design. And so what does that do for the rest of us? We see this play out and say, well, these idiots don't know what the hell is going on. Why should we listen to these idiots when they can't even get their story straight? Left hand, right hand, they don't know what they're doing.
Right.
Panic.
Exactly.
Panic. Which is beautiful to watch because in itself, if it was just about the vaccine or if it was just about the fraudulent elections, or what they've done is wrong. And by pushing the vaccine about the third dose and the fourth dose and every single Greek letter of the alphabet variant that they're pushing forward, which is laughable in itself, I found that the best way to red pill people is to laugh at them. And whereas before I was maybe perhaps a little bit too intense, and say, oh, haven't you done your homework, or haven't you done your research, or haven't you seen this? I just laugh.
So now that Delta is wore out at stay, KB, not to cut you off, but now obviously the new narrative is going to go to Mu, which they say is stemming out of South Africa. So if that's true, please do enlighten us and the audience. How did they detect the Mu variant down in South Africa. How did they define it?
Well, they couldn't even detect the original alphabet. So, I mean, your guess is as good as mine. And that's the whole point. You know, I've actually lost so much respect for the medical community. Not that I had much to start off with, but notwithstanding that, you know, when I'm dealing with doctors that are fully on board with this whole nonsense, I just laugh at them. And I said, well, you know, recently I had an altercation with a doctor, and I just said, what really surprises me is that there are two things: that you were actually debating whether or not to actually give medical attention to unvaccinated people, okay, which tells me that you're unqualified to actually be a doctor, because there's such a thing as a Hippocratic oath, and which obviously means nothing to you.
Oaths mean nothing to doctors, nurses, and politicians. They mean it's just a thing you say. It holds no meaning whatsoever.
Absolutely. However, we are seeing people actually standing up, which is so encouraging. I was quite despondent for many weeks, months, and even the past couple of years about the situation in South Africa because of the people around me. And I guess I'm fortunate enough to live in arguably one of the more affluent neighborhoods in the country. And just watching these people with their masks, I've been so brazen in the last month or so that for exercise, I actually walk quite far, and I refuse to wear a mask. Not one individual has actually, and understand that in South Africa, being caught without a mask is punishable by going to spend 2 weeks in jail.
Good luck.
Yeah, we don't have your constitution to protect us. But notwithstanding that, I keep on doing it. Not one individual has said anything to me in the past month. Not one. Okay. And I've started seeing more and more people doing the same. And what I really love, it's the young. It's the people in their late teens, early 20s, who I almost scribbled off a while ago because I just thought they were so brainwashed. But I'm starting to see the young people, which speaks to what you mentioned early on with those videos about FU Biden. Mm-hmm. You know, I sent it across to many people yesterday when I first saw them, and I'm starting to see people asking me questions and saying, how do I find this out? And pointing them in the right directions. Mm-hmm. What I've also done to ensure that it's not about conspiracy theories, I've been showing people articles from PubMed, from official medical websites, from the VARS, Vaccine Accident Emergency Reporting sites. So it's good that people are actually, I think that's our job for us who believe that we've been awake for so long and have followed many things, particularly Cube, which is definitely not a PSYOP. But there's no way. And for what reason anyway? You know, I had a quick chat with TN perhaps about a week ago. And there's so many of us on the right page, but what's encouraging is that we're starting to see people asking those questions, and I think it's our job and our responsibility to be able to say, here, go and have a look at this, make up your own mind.
Yeah, we are the news now. That's what we were told. And, you know, whether you choose to believe the phenomena as Q was over the course of 3+ years, the point being, it's not a cult. It's not a matter of who's behind it or what it is. It's awakening you to go do your own research, trust yourself, help disseminate the information, and combat the official narrative that we know is being pushed. And I guess one question I might have for you, KB, as far as your doctors and nurses and that down South Africa, is their system very similar to the American system where if you decide to go to med school, you know you're going to pay out the nose to go through 4, 5, 6 years of study. You're going to be indebted for a very long time, albeit if you get grants and that to help offset the cost of said education. Do the GlaxoSmithKlines, the Pfizers, the BioNTechs, the AstraZenecas, and that shell out grants for those to go through studies of that nature at universities down in South Africa, much like they do here stateside?
I'll answer that in two parts. First, no, I don't think I don't think the doctors are as dependent, or particularly until the recent past, maybe until 5 years ago, you didn't see that mass movement and dependency on big pharma for their grants for their education. So,
Okay.
no. More recently, it's changed a little towards the US's system. But I think here's what the important thing is. I think that the methodology behind the training is certainly is in full alignment with what's going on in the US. Right. So the whole Rockefeller indoctrination of doctors is fully aligned, and yet their funding has been different. That's why I want to answer that in two parts.
And so if they don't get you through grants and buying off the students, the other way that they will potentially get you is through the textbooks, and that who have been shaped down to only a handful of publishers, and that also bought off by the same industry. So at the end of the day, when you actually do finally get a residency at a hospital or doctor's office, whatever, clinic, chances are you are going to end up being sucked into the same system regardless. And that, well, the things you learned is going to be by the very same pill pushers and that here stateside.
Absolutely. But it's been predominantly because of the education, and also because of the fact I actually had a conversation with a pediatrician, a really wonderful young woman who I said to her, okay, so you've studied for 7 years. Tell me, how much time did you spend on nutrition? And she looked at me like
nutrition? What's that?
Yeah, like I was some kind of traffic light. And I said, be honest, I'm not here to judge you. And she said, well, in 7 years, maybe a month.
Sad, isn't it?
How bad is that? So what we found, I've got a very good friend who's a general practitioner, which is an MD, a regular doctor, but he's got a particularly open mind and uses anything that makes sense. So whether it be homeopathy or natural cures or frequencies. I mean, there's things called Rife machines and etc., which I've delved into with him as well. I asked him the other day, I actually went to have a coffee with him. And I said to him, so Doc is about 12 years older than me. He's probably at 72-ish. And I said, so how many COVID patients have you seen? And he said to me, between 70 and 100. And I looked at him and I said, and? He said, well, no hospitalizations, no deaths. Right. So, yeah. And why?
Interesting.
Not one. So it's because he uses ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine. In South Africa, it comes under a different brand name. It's called Plasmaquin. He was the one that actually said you have to use some kind of cortisone, but through a nebulizer, because the secondary infections are really what killing people. And a very good friend of mine, a school friend, so somebody I've known for the last 48 years. We've been friends since 48, since we were 12, my apologies. And he was diagnosed with COVID, phoned me asked me what to do. I went and took HCQ to him. I gave him all the protocols. Excuse me. And I said to him, okay, you're a big guy. He weighs 112 kilos. I said, in your instance, you have to use 3 chloroquine a day as opposed to 2. And he was right as rain within 5 days.
Well, you know, KB, unfortunately, the media has told us that you can overdose on ivermectin now. Apparently, we're not horses, we're not cows, and that if you take too many clicks of that, you could end up in a hospital. Yeah,
I know. It's actually a crime against humanity, and I sent out a meme before I was banned on Twitter. I had quite a small following, about 5,000 people, mostly Americans, which was interesting, and probably the rest Europeans, despite the fact that I'm sitting here in South Africa. But one of the things that I kept on pushing out there was the fact that go and do your research. There's a lot of, I was putting out all the time, things from PubMed, no conspiracy theory type stuff, just facts, you know. And I thought it was quite an honor to be banned at the end of the day.
Well, we're all in good company in that regard. And Sonny, you brought up Sky News. You know, they have been kicked off YouTube for medical misinformation, like many of us have been tagged with using that platform. And it's fun to watch, just for the simple fact that now we're sitting here watching big media go against big tech, and who ultimately is going to win that battle? Don't know.
We are.
Yeah, we will, because we'll render them both obsolete at the end of the day.
Sunny days, I don't want to take up more of your time. I'm sure you get your own.
That's okay. I've only got 20 minutes left, and the guys come in. If you want to talk and you missed your show today, that's all right.
No, I'm sure you've got a lot of good information to share.
Okay.
And I appreciate the opportunity, and sorry for barging in.
Absolutely.
That's all right.
I said you could. If I didn't want you to, I would have said so. I was fine with it.
Sonny is a jack of all trades here as of late. She's been filling in wherever, all hours of the day across platforms here. So maybe a little bit of a respite here for her, I suppose.
You do what you can. I love it, because we all do our parts, even if they're little parts, even if they're behind the scenes. We do our parts. You fill in for Thumper, you know.
Well, yeah,
Thumper's
but I
on
don't
all
fill
the
in
time.
I don't fill in at 3 o'clock in the morning for 4-hour shifts either.
Well, that was kind of a fluky thing, though. So, you know, Rooster's parents were ill. You know.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know what I love the most is that I've met the most wonderful people over the past couple of years from all parts of the planet. And hopefully one day we can all crack a beer or share a whiskey and have a really good time around the campfire, because there are a lot of us, and I credit to you who do so much. I used to follow Breaking, every word he used to say with Tien and Pinata as well. There's some really good people out there in the movement who've been the glue. And you can't see me doing it, but I'm doffing my cap to you in particular, Breaking. And Sunny days, you keep us happy. You put a smile on our face, and you're a good soul.
Lighten the load.
Yeah. And thank you so much for what you all do. It's brilliant. It's also nice to be able to.
I actually have to let my doggy out. So can you talk for just a little while longer? He's going crazy in the background. Okay.
All right. Pee break for the dog.
I mean that, Breaking. You know,
no worries.
It's been a privilege to learn a lot as well. And I think one of the best things about the alternative platforms and the people like yourself who were there, it's actually and I think I may have mentioned to you once before, it was like gathering around a campfire at the end of the day after a weary Twitter battle or whatever, you know.
And I guess to that end, at some point here, I will fire up the old campfires again and get back to that. I'm trying to spin a couple things up behind the scenes on my own channel. Just did a bit of a dummy run here the other night on some things I got going on. So look for that here in the near future. I'll probably get the old campfire resurrected.
I think that was brilliant. I learned so much, particularly, when you did your readings on the Constitution, all the papers. It was amazing stuff. I learned a lot. And also, when you were doing those kind of informative talks, it's really good for particularly people, well, definitely for Americans, but particularly for us that live outside of the US, to actually understand the mechanics of the Constitution and what you can and can't do and options.
Well, you do know, and I covered this here today, that the National Archives now says that our Constitution, Declaration of Independence, and Bill of Rights are harmful content.
I saw that.
I'm back, and I saw that too.
Yeah, so we are in good company if we talk about such content, I guess, that our founders, that are rebellious ones. I'd say we're in pretty good company.
It's crazy. They also changed the let's see, vaccines. Did you see that? How they changed vaccines do not stop. Yeah, the definition.
Yeah.
Oh, they always do that. I mean, the World Health Organization has been caught with their pants down. They've archived the pages before they changed it. And that's what we have to do. We have to watch them every bit as much as they want to try and surveil us through technology, because again, they're making mistakes. They're having to change a narrative. And if their ideas are so stinking good, if they're so great, why do they have to keep changing the definitions of things?
Exactly. And to add to one more thing, this whole Fauci narrative is so bad and is falling apart before their eyes. I mean, it's almost laughable if it wasn't so serious and there weren't so many people that have died because of that individual. But we all know that he's not necessarily the kingpin behind this, but he's certainly a very important
he's a stooge
in that machine, yeah. So, yeah, on that note, I'd like to leave with a happy note, because it's one of the few weeks that I truly believe that there is an awakening and that there is a positive way forward. And you know what? It's amazing how people from across the world are uniting together in one form or another. So I'd like to just say thank you both once again. God's blessings to you both. And where we go one, we go all.
Thank you. And also back at you.
Well, that being said, we turn it over to you, Sunny Days, for 20 minutes of happy fun time.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Bye.
All right. So I'm going to grab and show a few Twitter posts before the guys come in. Just some things I caught today. Oh, goodness. Let's see if I can get it on this one. Trying to jump to the top of my bookmarks. Usually trying to go down to the bottom of my bookmarks. This isn't exactly the one, but it's this one underneath it that this guy caught. Yeah, so.
Competitive. So folks, you do it all. I'm sorry to go on so long, but I can't thank you enough for all you've done for the country and what you've done for me over my career. You've educated me, you've brought me along, and you've always been there. Now, I'm supposed to stop and walk out of the room here.
What?
I'm going to stop, but with your permission, I'm going to walk into the room because I want to say hello to all. Thank you.
He's so odd. All that is just so odd. Oh my goodness. Anyway, we'll leave it at that. Let's see, what else do I have? This guy posted, this is getting weird. It's been weird. It's getting worse. All right. Been collecting a few 9/11 things because of that show on Saturday, and I do a roundtable on Friday night that I think we'll be discussing it too. Let's see. Larry Elder has been tweeting out a lot. Hollywood celebrities ramp up attacks on Larry Elder ahead of California recall. I think they're freaking. They are so freaking about Larry Elder that Hollyweird is coming out in droves. Not only that, but Hollyweird's coming out in droves about the abortion stuff. You can tell and they're coming out. Oh, Jimmy Kimmel was out there talking about, I've seen it like 3 different places today. I think The View, Jimmy Kimmel, and I can't remember the third person, but they're talking about how if you go to a hospital and you're unvaxxed and the vaxxed person has like a heart attack, the vaxxed person should be seen and the unvaxxed person should not get the ER bed or something. And this is the propaganda they spew on us. And it's just interesting to see it in real time in 3 different places. It's the Mockingbird media where they all put out the same exact message. It's just ridiculous. This came up today, and I know this is CNN and don't enjoy CNN, but this is an interesting headline. The White House has told 11 officials on military academy boards, including Sean Spicer and Kellyanne Conway, to resign or be dismissed, a source says. So I found that interesting. That's a story I'm going to kind of keep an eye on. And then this is just a funny. Okay, so this guy says, if you laugh, you're going to hell. But, these people in this video must have made this together. So just remember to keep that in mind. I'm not making fun of anybody.
What the fuck is up?
What the hell is this? This is a shot. Put that shit back.
What do you say, man? What do you say?
I thought that was cute. And at first I was like, oh, I can't laugh at that, even though I thought it was funny. It's like, but you know what? I realized, he made the video with her or something. I don't know if they made the video together, but it seemed like they did. That's how I took it. So Dinesh D'Souza put this out 7 hours ago. Nancy Pelosi is in hot water. We will have her phone records seized. Better be careful what she wishes for. Gates is playing hardball with Pelosi and things will get ugly. Psaki was out there. Look how sinister she is. These people are so gratified by having control over other people. It is truly sick.
There will be.
Absolutely.
And will any of those new steps
new steps tomorrow. A 6-pronged attach is what the Mockingbird media is calling it.
influence the average American's day-to-day life? Should we expect any new mitigation recommendations, as an example?
It depends on if you're vaccinated or not.
There will be
She should have done like some laugh, some maniacal laugh, and she should be dressed like Cruella or something. Look, she even has the black and white outfit on. All right, so this was out of Sergeant Pepper. A sad day in history, and this is sad. A statue of General Robert E. Lee is removed in Richmond. It's history. The good, the bad, the ugly, but it's history. I don't think people realize that if they can erase history, they can erase you. You're next, people. We'll just all be erased. They don't have to remember us. So that's just how I feel about it, as far as they're just going to erase things. I mean, anyway. Truck drivers all across the country started a strike. The demonstrations of Independence Day were just the beginnings of something bigger. It's no longer a fight to support a president only. It's the proof of the great awakening of Brazilians. The tyranny of CCP will end in Brazil. So this is you know, their videos, and I don't know when they were, I mean, I know when this is posted, but originally, is this what this is about? And I don't speak this language, so but
Não passa mais nada.
I do not know, but you know, this person put that on their post. So something of interest, and I'll try to see if it gets posted in other places by different outlets. So this was interesting today too. Sure sounds like she and her friends are planning on fixing elections across the country. VP Harris says the California recall election, if any effort by Republicans to attack rights in states across the country, they think if they can win in California, they can do this anywhere. Well, we'll show them. You're not going to get this done. Not here or never. I think they're really freaking out about Ellison. Oh, and this is just a funny. It said something about a farthing. That must be what this bike is called. But who rides a bike like that nowadays? Oh my goodness. So if I go back to the post, it says, the brakes on a penny farthing must be non-existent. Hopefully this person wasn't seriously hurt. Are these suitable bikes for a busy city center? I don't know. I don't think they're that suitable for riding at all. I think it was a flawed thing, but hey, I could be wrong. So this, saltier than the last profile, tweeted out, you can basically do anything with synthetic RNA, DNA. It's like a computer program. So this is Elon Musk.
On the medical front, particularly around synthetic mRNA, you can basically do anything.
Synthetic mRNA. Now, where would we find that?
Synthetic RNA, DNA. It's like a computer program. So, I mean, I think with enough, with effort that's not too crazy, you could probably stop aging, reverse it if you want. These are, you can basically do it. You can turn someone into a freaking butterfly if you want with the right DNA sequence.
He says you can turn somebody into a freaking butterfly with the right sequence. Interesting. And out of Canada, anybody want to bet that this peaceful protest by frontline workers makes it into the mainstream media reporting? I didn't think so. Calgary firefighters protesting against the mandatory Bs. You know, and I think the silence is really important too, because we're so used to noise constantly, or I am. Silence sometimes gets more attention than noise. Good for these people, you know, grouping together and standing up for each other. Continue and pray it, hope and pray it spreads. Let's see. Skip that story. So this was interesting. Out of the Post Millennial today, I'm not very familiar with that publication. It says LAPD revealed to have gathered social media information on civilians. And I'll pull up the article quickly and just LAPD told to collect social media information for every civilian they stop. It's a report. Police Chief Michael Moore was revealed to have told the officers that gathering social media accounts was crucial for use in investigations, arrests, and prosecutions, which I guess isn't new, but I found that interesting. It caught my attention. This was out today. Look at these kiddos.
If you don't want to go in, you don't have to. What if they do?
I'm not going to force anybody. I'm not putting masks on anybody. That's not my job. The order.
So they can go in without the mask.
This is a county health department order.
Okay.
And a policy of the school.
Right.
That if anybody that's going to go in, they got to have a mask on.
There is no policy.
I'm not arguing.
Okay, so they can go in, guys. They can go in. They can go in. Go on in, guys. Go in. Well, they can't enforce it.
I said that they have to have a mask.
Yeah, you guys, they can't touch you. Just go ahead and go in.
They can't touch us. Go in.
They cannot touch you.
Go in. They can't touch us. They actually blocked us. I know.
They can't touch you guys.
There's some kids that know their rights. It's not a law, it's a mandate.
No pushing.
You cannot touch students. Oh yeah, drink a bottle of water.
They cannot touch you, guys. There you go. Yeah. They cannot touch you. Be orderly. Be kind. Be kind and respectful. Be kind and respectful. Be kind and show respect. I love you guys.
That's awesome. Hope they were out right afterwards. Let's see, covered that. Let's see, gonna go down a little bit farther. Let's try this one. So he's wondering what the heck this is. You know, at first when I saw it, I was like, oh, it's just kind of a plane or something. But then when he looks at it more, that is kind of odd. Okay, it's not kind of odd, it's odd. I believe that was from Matt Couch. He says, what in the blue hell is this? I just filmed this after dinner with my girls. And are you here, Pickles? Pixels? Well, maybe not. Are the guys on today? Breaking? Breaking, are you in chat yet? Are the guys on today?
I am here.
Oh, you are here. Okay. I'm sorry. Usually you come in a little early and stuff, and I'm like, okay, well maybe I didn't get the message.
I was hanging out with 412 and the guys. We had a fun time on deplorable discussions. So I'll have to hold down the fort here. He is wrapping up, and we will get started with our show shortly. But Sunny, how is your day going?
It's going well. Gosh, you just had a beautiful day up here, mild temperatures and the wind. I'm loving these days.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm trying to get out as much as I can because, you know, it is like the sun is not out as much and the days are shortening type of stuff. So, yeah. So things have been good.
Awesome.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of this time of year. My favorite weather by far because it's, you know, usually around where I'm at. this time of year. It's pretty much just like room temperature outside and really beautiful, and it's just awesome. So
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. So have you been continuing with your shows?
Yes, indeed. Yes, I have.
All right.
Yeah, I took Labor Day off, so it'll be one less show this week. But yeah, no, I've been having a really fun time with that. I'm actually like really surprised at how well I'm doing, considering this is only my second full month really doing this. But yeah, it's doing great, and could not be happier with what I'm doing with my life right now.
Are you more than just Foxhole?
Yeah, I stream to D Live, Twitch,
Okay.
Trovo, and I'm thinking about adding a few others. But really, I'm pretty happy with Foxhole, because just the community that we have on here is second to none. Second to none.
That's cool. And I love how you bring it up and you can just look down the list and see like who's live. And I need to explore it a little bit more though.
Yeah, it's almost like it almost reminds. I love the way that it's built with the list, because it almost reminds me of like a TV. When you go into the guide, you know
Channel
what I mean?
guide, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's really cool the way they set it up. I love it.
Have you streamed to Gab yet?
No, I probably should though. I'll probably upgrade to Gab Pro at some point here and start streaming to Gab.
I've been thinking about that too. Well, just doing the Pro. I should just do it, but prices are going up a bit.
Yeah, across the board on everything. Did you see the report earlier today? Look at this. This is unbelievable. While we're waiting for Adel, I'll show this to you. I mean, this is.
Is it the meat thing?
Oh my god!
How out of touch can you be?
According to a Biden economic advisor, rising food prices are normal if you don't count the beef, pork, and poultry.
That is such crap. I mean, toilet paper last week, the bundle I buy was like on sale. I can't even remember, but it was like, I'm going to say like $17.99. You know how they do the 99 to make you think that you're saving.
Yep.
I went in a week later, like I went in this week, and it was up to like $23.99.
Ooh.
I'm not kidding you. It was like, no way. I'm so glad I have been buying all along. And just, it's just crazy, the prices.
Yep. I mean, like last month, I bought 3 tomato plants. You know how much it cost me?
How much?
$50 for 3 little freaking tomato plants, so we could grow our own tomatoes.
No way.
Yeah.
Pixels. That doesn't even sound real. $50 for 3 plants?
Yeah. I was blown away. I'm like, what the hell? It's insanity. It's insanity.
It's just crazy. And then the other thing I'm noticing, are you noticing again too that like the contents, like if the bag is the same size it was, the contents have shrunk.
Right.
Or the package is shrinking.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Yep, it is absolutely it's getting crazy out there. Did you see what else do I have here? This canvassing thing. Did you see any of this?
Yep, that was big. And the whole thing,
huge.
Code Monkey was putting out that PSBSR trying to figure out what that was.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. This is, I mean, just this alone, and to think that we're getting the audit result here pretty soon, right? I'm starting to wonder, and I wonder if Adel and I can have a conversation around this. It's just so hard because it to have a conversation about what's going to happen with Arizona kind of requires us at this point in time to speculate, and we don't like to do that a lot. But really, what I'm wondering, what's going on in my mind is like, okay, we've had the evidence for a while now, and I think that we're going to have proof, pretty soon about the stolen election. In the state of Arizona, at least. What do they do then? Do they decertify? And then if they decertify, of course, it's uncharted territory. What's that going to, what's going to happen there? Because I think, honestly, decertifying, Arizona decertifying the election is something almost as serious as a state seceding from the Union. And it's going to create a constitutional crisis, and we're going to be in a very, very, very interesting time.
It really does. I do feel like things are picking up. Like we are getting to a point. Like we're going up the roller coaster and we're getting closer to the top.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Oh, hey, Disappointed Mom out there, gifted a cannon, said hello, Pixels from the 412. Awesome. Thank you very much, Disappointed Mom. That's awesome. Just waiting on Adel to wrap up his show here, and we'll get started. What else do I have?
Breaking wants to know if those are golden maters.
Golden maters?
So
No.
in D-Live.
No, I think they're big beef tomatoes is what they are. I think I got a couple different kinds because I was going to get all big beef, but they didn't have as many plants as that. I don't know.
So,
they're not made of gold though, that's for sure.
But you're also in Michigan, right? So are you growing them inside or some kind of a hothouse or something?
No, we have hot summers here in Michigan.
Yeah, or was this a while ago? But isn't it going into fall? I mean,
it is. Yeah, we'll probably only get tomatoes here for another, couple weeks or so.
Okay.
But yeah, no, they grow fine outside.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were doing something special with them or not, because we only have the one growing season up here at Minnesota, so.
Right.
Unless you do something, special. Okay, yeah. Sorry.
So here's something from the National Review I found today. Blinken says the Taliban government does not meet the test of inclusivity. Wow! Wow, I'm so surprised, Blinken. Holy crap, you mean they're not, cucked? Like, they're not going full-on left-wing like you hoped they would? Wow.
Like, we're in this age that we seem to be more in touch and know more than our government or politicians do.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, here's what I would apply to that, right? This meme right here. Here you go, Anthony Blinken. There you are. It's so bad. It's so bad, guys. Oh. Adel and I are going to have some fun today. It's going to be a good one.
Awesome.
The Gateway Pundit's got freaking, I don't even know how many articles they've put out there about this canvassing thing. It's a little bit much, if you ask me. But yeah. We'll have some fun with that.
But they're probably about the only, there's not a ton of, there's other media, definitely, but Gateway Pundit is looked at a lot, so I don't know.
The thing that I do love about the Gateway Pundit is that they always are on the right topics. Like, they're very rarely, there's very rarely a headline from Gateway Pundit where I'm like, that's not even newsworthy. You know what I mean? So I like them for that reason. They're always on topic and picking good things to talk about. Here's something else really interesting. The New York Attorney General is not done with Cuomo, apparently. She has subpoenaed the State Ethics Board for records on his book. So the Cuomo saga continues, and I'm so confused as to why. Like, why would they go after one of their own? It's been a very confusing thing for me. They have replaced him with, his replacement certainly on their side and not going to be a very good governor, but I just don't understand why they wanted to sacrifice Cuomo the way that they did. And maybe Adel and I will have a conversation around that as well.
Yeah, I've heard some theories, and I'm trying to think of what I've even heard. They do kind of do, I wonder if there's factions of them. I do wonder sometimes, they're all kind of globalists, but is there different factions of control? Because they say that his lieutenant governor, isn't she really good buddies with Hillary and Nancy or something? Isn't that out in the, I thought that was out in the news.
Not sure.
I don't know. That always makes me wonder too. Or is it, they say look over here, not over there, but I don't know. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what you guys come up with.
Yes, it will. Speaking of what we come up with, here he is. Adel is in the house. What's going on, Adel?
Not too much, guys. How are you?
Doing fantastic.
Doing well. All right, you guys. Have a great show.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Sunny
Okay.
Day.
Yep. Bye.
See you later.
All right, Adel. Let me go ahead. I'll throw up the New Guard intro, and we will get started, my friend.
Word.
I'm excited for this one. Hopefully, we don't have any technical difficulties, and we'll keep it rolling the way we were last week. It was fantastic what we were doing.
Absolutely.
All right, let's go ahead and get this started. The New Guard, everyone, starting in 3, 2, 1.
What they did to Portland, and nothing happens to Antifa, and nothing happens to BLM, but to people that are patriots or conservatives or Republicans, they stay in jails for extended periods of time, and they destroy their lives. Republicans must never waver in demanding that the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Our election was over at 10 o'clock in the evening. We're leading Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia by hundreds of thousands of votes. And then late in the evening or early in the morning, boom, these explosions of bullshit. And all of a sudden, it started to happen.
You are watching The New Guard here on the 5x5 Network, where we always cook our half-baked seasoned rice perfectly. Adel, what's up, buddy?
Not too much, man. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. Having a great day here.
Yeah, it's been a very, very awesome day, I have to say. Things seem to continue moving in our direction as we continue going down this path, and it seems like things are accelerating. You know, since we spoke last, Pixels, or since the last show we did, major things have happened. Major battles have been won, and major momentum shifting. You know, I don't know where you want to start. We could start with polling numbers. We could start with, you know, the information coming out of Arizona today. We could start with the heartbeat bill last week. We could talk about Afghanistan. Any number of these things are beautifully highlighting the road that we're on and where we're headed, I think. And I'm happy to kind of kick it off with any of those topics or anything else, really. But there's just so much out there that's just pointing towards victory, the eventual victory of the Patriots in this country. And it's just an exciting time, very exciting time.
No, I agree. I mean, you started your last show with an interesting poll, and let's just go ahead and continue that. There's another poll out there that I just came across looking through my news aggregator. It says, even independents increasingly know Joe Biden did not legitimately win the 2020 vote. Look at this latest survey from The Economist/YouGov. 42% of nonpartisan voters acknowledge the problems of the 2020 presidential vote. 42%, right? Yeah. So we're seeing increasing numbers now of people like being willing to call bullshit on the election. So that's interesting. Anything to say about that? I mean, I'm not one who's huge on polls, you know, for lots of reasons, but I think it is interesting to see that I guess the public opinion is shifting around the 2020 election. It's a good thing to see. I don't know what else you would have to say about it.
To me, it shows how unpopular this regime is. It shows how, I think, you know, we talked about the approval ratings, you know, on my show and how low those are falling. It just, to me, shows that there's no real core base of Biden support out there.
Yeah.
No one likes them.
Right.
No one likes them.
The only people who voted for Joe Biden, for Biden, were the people that were like I said on your show earlier, they were brainwashed to believe that Trump was some sort of undercover, Russian skinhead.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah.
So it's like, they didn't vote for Biden; they voted against Trump, and then you've got all the fraud which won him the election. Right? They stole it for him. But other than that, Joe Biden does not have legitimate support. Really,
no, there's no core coalition of Americans that are going to ride or die with Joe Biden. You know, like President Trump has a rabid base that you can pretty much count on. Same with Obama, had a similar thing. Joe Biden's on an island right now. He's on an island. He's his entire campaign was, I'm not Donald Trump. And he hid in the basement. He didn't rally. He didn't do anything to build any kind of coalition. He didn't have to debate half the topics out there because he was so protected by the media. And that's all well and good. You know, they can They can run with that strategy, steal the election. Okay, and that's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but that's okay. That's where we are. But like I said on the show earlier, Pixels, they're completely exposed right now. Completely exposed.
And even this is another thing out there that's interesting to me, right? From Breitbart, even his own White House staffers know how bad this is, okay? It says, according to a report, White House staffers are turning off Joe Biden events out of anxiety. They're afraid to even watch the guy. Like, they understand probably better than anybody how freaking just, well, his mental state is just slipping in the worst of ways, right? They won't even watch their own boss hold an event anymore. They don't even want to see it. His own White House staffers. So it's just, I mean, what do I even say about that?
Look, you could tell me that this person holding an event, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everything that he's going to say, I will resonate with. I will agree with. It'll speak to my soul. But if that person comes out and he's a bumbling buffoon, even if I agree with him, but he can't even get a sentence together, or he's not a good public speaker, if it's hard to listen to, then I'd turn it off. So it doesn't surprise me. Like, especially like you got to imagine like his staffers, his people, they're like true believers of the message, right? Like these are enough that they're actually like seeking employment and working for this machine, right? So imagine, right? You're this social justice warrior, this climate change activist, put the mask on me, vaccinate me harder, daddy, like just all about it, right? And you live your life that way. Your whole reality is based off of, the CNN talking points and the Biden administration and all of this. And then the leader of everything you believe in gets up to the microphone and does what Biden does. Just shits all over himself. Yeah, I'd want to turn that off too. I'd want to turn that off too, because there's a representation of my whole worldview, and it can't even spit out a fucking sentence. So yeah, I think that's, let's put it this way: if I was a diehard Republican, I would have had a hard time watching George W. Bush as well. You know what I mean? Like, I would have had a real hard time keeping his ass on the TV, because I'm just sitting there like, oh, this is what the world thinks of conservatives now. You know what I mean? Like, so.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of where I'm at.
Do you remember that meme that was like, I'm pretty sure it wasn't actually a staffer of his campaign, but it was laid out that way. That's what the caption said. It was just this guy with this incredibly deflated, defeated look, smoking a cigarette in the back of a building somewhere, and he's like, "This is Joe Biden." The caption was like, "This is Joe Biden's campaign manager right now." Now it's like his entire administration. Like they all know how silly they look. And of course they're going to be anxious to watch Biden speak in public, because every time he does, he shoots himself in the foot. So yeah, I just found that really, really freaking funny. Here's the other thing going on.
They won't let him answer questions. They won't let him answer questions. You have the president of the United States going up in front of the world and telling them that he has handlers that choose the reporters that he's allowed to take questions from, and that he's going to get in trouble with them if he stands around and answers your questions for too long. What?
Dude, can you imagine President Trump saying something like that? Like, never in the sky would have to be neon green and pigs would have to fly for that sort of thing to ever happen with President Trump.
Any president. Yeah. You are the leader of the free world, literally the most powerful human being on this rock, this realm, this globe. I don't know, for all my flat earthers out there, this realm, whatever. You are the most powerful person, supposedly elected by the millions of voters out there, and you're getting permission from somebody to answer a question from the media who's already incredibly friendly towards your cause. Oh my God.
It is, yeah. It's there's no other way around it. It is truly
a fucking cartoon.
Yeah, it's an embarrassment. It is. I can't even. It's one of those things where I don't even know what to say. You know, it's like so bad that I'm lost for words. And that's been like me a lot of the time recently. Like, dude, I'll be covering some news on the breakdown, and like, I will read something so incredibly cartoonish, but it's real, and I have to sit there and think like, what is the string of words that I could put together that could even do this any justice? Like, and I can't find it.
It's becoming increasingly difficult to find a logical spin that you could really put on some of this stuff, because
it's also obvious. It's you don't even need to spin it.
I mean, I'll just bring up this again. Like we were laughing about this on my show earlier, just in case anyone out there didn't see it. Here's Brian Stelter's tweet today, right? I mean, we talk about this just absolute nonsense.
Unvaccinated minority doesn't watch the news or trust the news is putting the vaccinated majority at the undue risk. There's no way around that reality. You're correct. There is no way around that reality, Stelter. You lost. Like, people don't believe your bullshit anymore. I love it. So this comes off as like a lamentation to me. He's just publicly lamenting over the fact that nobody believes his own bullshit anymore.
It's unbelievable, man. It really is. And it's just like, I'll ignore just the obvious logical nonsense.
Right, like if the vaccine works, then why would the unvaccinated be a threat to the vaccinated? Like, you have to be so incredibly stupid to actually believe that.
Yep.
And like, what else do I say? Like, and Stelter fails to, like, when he was writing this out and he didn't see that, like, that blistering irony on his screen before he hit send. You know, it's just...
No, they see it. That's a thing. They know it. Like, you can almost see it in their eyes when they say it. It's like, oh God, I have to do this with the straight face again. You know, like,
yeah,
they know what they're doing. They know exactly what it is that they're doing. And that's the thing. Like, it's not like Brian Stelter is like, he got up this morning and he sat at his computer and he's like, oh, I've got a great point I'm going to make today. Yeah, all these unvaccinated people are selfish. No. These people are.
No, they're lying through their teeth, out there, and they know that they're lying through their teeth.
They're 100% trying to emotionally manipulate people into complying and basically buying drugs from their suppliers. I mean, that's what it is. You know, they work for the cartel. They are the PR firm of the drug cartel that is Big Pharma right now. That's all they are.
No, that's a great way to break it down. Real quick, we have some support coming in. Dale Bercier out there gifted the shades and said, from Plant Patriot. So thank you very much, Dale Bercier. Plant Patriot said they had to give some money to a brother or something to help him out. No problem, Plant Patriot. I'm just happy to see you in the chat, as always. And then CB Joey 321 out there saying they never miss a show. Thank you very much, CB Joey. That means a ton, man. That's awesome. I'm glad everyone out there is enjoying what I'm doing. Do you have something else that you wanted to move to?
Just this. I saw this towards the end of the show. We didn't have time to bring it up on my show. But watch what happens to Larry Elder here. Watch what happens here. This is Democrats. This is the best microcosm you'll ever see for the left, liberals, and the Democrat Party right here. All right. So for those of you that just missed that, that is a white person wearing a monkey mask throwing eggs at Larry Elder, who, for those of you on audio only and don't know who he is a black conservative running against Gavin Newsom in the recall election. So there you have a white liberal wearing a monkey mask and throwing eggs at a black conservative patriot running for office. Here, I'll play the rest of this here just so you can see it, but it's just stunning.
These people are so disgusting. I mean, what other word? Like, I don't, these people, whoa, she even tries to throw a punch at this guy?
Yep.
These people are the worst of the worst, man. They really are. Like, what the hell is, what has to go wrong in your mind for you to turn into such a disgusting individual to do something like this?
I don't know, man.
These people are on it. They are mentally ill, and I'm honestly, I'm starting to really think that there's something spiritually awry with these people. Like, they are
absolutely
possessed or something.
They worship at the church of baby murder. You have to understand, these people, these people are godless, soulless, empty vessels. There's nothing there. There's no humanity behind those eyes. That person's gone. What you see there is a demon in control of what was probably a decent person at some point. I like to think that we all come into this world with the opportunity to be decent.
Yeah, children are innocent, right?
Yeah, I don't.
Unfortunately, a lot of the time, they
know,
grow up to be not so innocent, right?
To the pleasant little creature in the monkey mask there. I don't know if it was years of fluoride. I don't know if it was the critical race theory taught in her school. I don't know if it was, mommy and daddy not paying enough attention at home. Maybe it's the chemicals and all that hair dye seeping into her brain and causing a little damage. I don't know. I don't know what gets these people to that point, to where they become just these empty, soulless, mindless, angry, hateful creatures.
And here's what I want to know. Has she been arrested for assault? Because she just committed it twice. She just committed 2 counts of assault.
No, she
on video.
She did not. She punched conservatives.
Oh, that's not assault?
No, that's punching a Nazi.
Neither is throwing eggs at a congressional or at a governor candidate.
No, it's a Republican.
Oh, I see. So it's not assault then. It's social justice.
Yes. Yeah. You're punching a. I mean, look. Yeah. How dare they? How dare they? How dare they oppose any of our views under any circumstance? No, I mean, if you disagree with me, you're a fascist racist. And if you're a fascist racist, you're not even human. If you're not even human, I can't commit assault against you.
Right.
Like that's kind of, I think, the mindset or how that works, but I don't know.
No, I mean, they certainly have dehumanized our side of things, right? Because that's the only thing that they that they can have their fake justification for their actions. So I mean, it's the good point that you've put out there. Real quick, more support coming in. P-Quest out there gifted a can and said, another great show. Thank you very much, P-Quest. MHL1 out there gifted a ship and said, love the chemistry of the new guard. Thank you very much, MHL1. Yeah, Adel and I are 2 peas in a freaking pod. Whether we disagree on something and have a debate, or we have a discussion where we're exactly on the same page, it always works really well, and I'm really happy to be able to do this show with Adel. He's one of my best friends in the whole freaking world, and that it's awesome to be able to do a show with one of your best friends for sure. Dognuts10 out there gifted a can and said, these people are sick. They are. They really are sick. Mentally, physically, spiritually, they are sick. Yeah, it's disgusting. Here's one from the Populous Press. Check this out. Have you seen this? The State Department refused to grant official approval for private evacuation flights from Afghanistan to land in third countries, even though the department conceded that official authorization would likely be needed for planes to land in those nations, an email reviewed by Fox News shows. Yesterday, I was on The Breakdown covering this story, and the State Department yesterday was trying to place the blame on the Taliban. Now we know that it was actually the State Department refusing to grant official approval for these evacuation flights. What the hell is going on here, Adel? Why is our own State Department standing in the way of American citizens being able to evacuate Afghanistan?
You need a certain number of Americans to die to justify another war.
Going back in? You think that's what it is all about? They want there to be a problem there so that, Lindsey Graham can make good on his promise that we'll be going back into Afghanistan. He said that yesterday, by the way. I was covering that as well on The Breakdown. Lindsey Graham is saying, in no uncertain terms, we will be going back into Afghanistan. And I feel, I called it. I knew that they were going to try and pull something to get us back.
We need to get to the bottom of what happened over there. You know, we got to get to the bottom of this. And the only way we get to the bottom of this is another 20 years of paying defense contractors to fucking kill Americans over there. Wait, I mean,
exactly. I mean,
fucking Lindsey
spot on. You're really good at impersonating people. I gotta say it.
I have my moments.
You know, from Alex Jones to Lindsey Graham. I mean, what else can you do? Brian Stelter, others.
Brian Stelter's really easy. All I have to do is just pretend I don't have any balls. I just remove all testosterone from my body, my voice, and my mind. And then all of a sudden, I can be a CNN host too. You see?
Oh, okay. That's good. Good stuff there, Adel. This is interesting. I mean, I don't know. It's just a video. But it's this guy from InfoWars. He's saying that the elite are building remote doomsday mansions. Have you heard this, Adel?
They're elite doomsday mansions?
The elite are building remote doomsday mansions.
As opposed to what? Like what separates a doomsday mansion from their normal mansions? They had to get a whole separate mansion for doomsday. They couldn't just, add the renovations to the current fucking mansions that they have. Like, oh yeah,
I think
we could have just added a panic. We could have just added a panic room, but I mean, fuck that, right? Let's just build a whole nother mansion.
Yeah, a panic mansion, a bunker.
Yeah, for fuck's sakes.
It's apparently that is happening. It is a 2 minute and 59 second video here. I don't know. Let's see what this guy has to say. I just found this headline to be really interesting.
To prepare for potential economic and societal collapse by purchasing luxury fortified mansions in remote areas of the world. It's all right for some. Tech mogul Peter Thiel is building a doomsday shelter buried into a New Zealand hillside that can accommodate up to 24 people. Interesting. Mega wealthy elitists securing high-tech bunkers located in places far away from large population centres. What could they possibly be getting ready for? I'm sure it's just a harmless party pad. And it has absolutely nothing to do with the impending collapse of the global economy once the gargantuan debt bubble bursts. Zero Hedge notes that wealthy folks are beginning to understand they don't want to be the last ones sticking around when the party ends.
All right, so
Steele's doomsday.
This whole thing is not new. Like, they've been building these bunkers. Like, there's been these stories. There's been stories about them building these fucking things, and stories about the Patriots or the Alliance or whatever collapsing them since before I was even into this movement. So. This feels like it goes on a cycle. Like every few years, we get a slew of these kind of articles about underground bunkers and the elites escape hatches and this and that. And then anytime there's an earthquake somewhere or the ground trembles, our side's like, oh, that's the good guys blowing up another bunker. And it's like, I don't know. I think sometimes we look for news where there is none. But yeah, that's just my first response to it.
No, I mean, I just found it interesting. And I'm not surprised. that they're trying to, have little spots where they can go and hide, right? That's the way a billionaire thinks, right?
Yes.
They believe themselves to be high and mighty and more important than the rest of the world. So they're going to have a little bunker to hide out, just in case the problems, that they're causing on this planet, maybe they'll come back and bite them in the ass, and so there you go. They have a little bunker to go hide it out when the issues that they've created come for them as well. So interesting stuff. From justthenews.com, Chase Bank says it gave coaching to the employee who canceled the account of Lieutenant General Flynn's wife. Coaching.
What does that mean? That guy's like a disciplinary thing,
I don't know. I mean, Chase Bank is coaching the employee who notified Lori Flynn, the wife of former Trump National Security Advisor Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, that it would close her credit cards on September 18th, a J.P. Morgan spokesperson told Just the News. The August 20th notification letter, posted on Telegram by Michael Flynn August 29th with the first name redacted, cited the bank's careful consideration before deciding that her account creates possible reputational risk to Chase. Chase Bank has gone full-blown woke, Flynn wrote in a different post. DOJ dropped my case for their own egregious government misconduct. Appears you weren't that lucky with the DOJ, he said, alluding to JP Morgan's agreement to pay $920 million to resolve federal wire fraud charges against the company for its role in separate criminal schemes to defraud the precious metals and U.S. Treasuries markets. So, they're not firing the person, you know, for canceling the account. No, they're giving them coaching, and that's supposed to be enough to, you know, to curb the outrage out there. Is that going to be enough to curb the outrage out there, Adel?
The coaching? I'm sorry. I'm not gonna lie. I stopped listening to you after you said coaching. Why are they even making a statement about this? Like, you tried to cancel a patriot. A bunch of other patriots threatened to stop doing business with you. You realized that your convictions are bullshit and that it's not worth losing the business, so you backtracked. All right, coaching. I'm coaching the responsible part. Does anybody out there not believe for a fucking second that these assholes didn't sit around the boardroom and make a conscious decision that they were going to start canceling conservatives, and starting with the Digital Soldier crew, the leader of which being General Michael Flynn? Is there anybody out there that believes that this is just one rogue employee that just like made this decision and now he's being like coached, like he's being rehabbed, like some drug addict, like being, you know, rehabbed back into society somehow? Like, does anybody like? I don't know, man.
Yeah,
the world is too stupid sometimes. It's just like coaching them.
No, I agree, man. It's totally ridiculous.
I want to see like the coaching sessions. What drills is coach having him run through? Like high stepping through tires, like or you know, like like what does that mean? He's coaching. Like what's it like? Is there someone that they actually call coach? Like, hey, coach.
I don't know. I know, dude. It's again here. Now you're in the situation that I'm in daily on the breakdown. When I read something so ridiculous that I can't even string together like a sentence to illustrate how crazy it is. Like, it's insanity. Now this from Breitbart, right? Nobody knows who to blame, right? According to a report, the Taliban is blocking 143 Americans leaving the country, fomenting a hostage crisis. So, you know, what the hell? Is it the State Department? Is it the Taliban? Or is it both at this point that are causing problems for these Americans stuck in the country? I don't even know, right? I don't even know. But we have a hostage situation apparently starting to happen over there in Afghanistan, and they are going to use this probably to justify reinvading the country and starting another 20-year quagmire in the Middle East.
Well, they did say that, you know, they don't trust the Taliban, but they're relying on them. They're relying on them to start another 20-year war. Is really what it comes down to. I mean,
yeah.
What a fucking joke. Like, I don't know if it's the State Department or the Taliban. They're what's the difference? The State Department clearly trusts the Taliban to you know, protect our interests over there, or their interests. Something tells me the State Department's interests and my personal interests aren't, you know, exactly aligned. I don't know, man. It's like, it's not incompetence, and it'd be a mistake to call it incompetence. That's what I'll say. This whole situation is completely manufactured over there.
Yep.
If there's 143 Americans having trouble leaving the country, it's because there's an equal number of Americans over here making sure of that, or at least some number. I don't know. But
yeah.
There's Americans over here sitting in an office somewhere, or in a dark room, you know, around the table somewhere, making decisions that's making it that way.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, no, it's all intentional, and it's not incompetence. It is malevolence, you know, which we are, you know, up against here. It's the totally treasonous administration.
Thumper Rose goes, so it's down from tens of thousands to 143. Yeah, sure. Sure. Have you ever heard more arbitrary from both sides? From both sides, they just throw these arbitrary numbers out. No one has any fucking clue.
Right. We were hearing 40, 50,000, and then
you have Psaki out there like, oh, there's like 3 Americans. That's it. There's 3 Americans, and they don't even like America. They want to stay over there. They called us. We spoke to all of them. They don't even want to come back. There's no situation. And then you have like the conservatives, like on Fox News, like there's 100,000 Americans over there. There's 100,000. It's like, okay, the truth is probably somewhere between those two numbers. I don't know.
The number that I was hearing was 40,000, and then they went and said that, they evacuated almost everybody. There's only a couple hundred left in the country max, right? But we only evacuated 7,000 or 8,000 people. So,
but how are we supposed to ever trust anything we hear when from different official sources, right? From CNN to Fox News, right? You get everything from 140 to 40,000. That's a huge fucking different number of lives in danger. From 143, which would be absolutely tragic. If we lost 143 Americans, that would be absolutely tragic. But like 40,000 Americans, now you're talking 9/11 times more than 10. You're talking 13 9/11s, right? So
here's
you have this range being shown to the people. And what are we supposed to do as Americans? What the fuck are we supposed to do with that information other than throw our hands in the air and be like, I just don't even know anymore? You know what? It's got to be by design.
Here's the thing: why you can't not tell me that the State Department or the intelligence community has no way of knowing exactly how many Americans are in Afghanistan, right? With the wide, the broad range of just ridiculous, reconnaissance and intelligence tools that they have, at their disposal. Shouldn't they be able to do something as simple as tell us how many Americans are actually in that country right now? I mean, what? You can't tell me that there's no way they can come to some sort of sound conclusion on the number of Americans in Afghanistan, right? The moment we're born, they record us on paper like we're animals. We're in a freaking database, right? We have birth certificates. We have all this stuff, and there's no way that they can find out how many Americans are in the country. Give me a break.
They know. They don't have the exact number, but they have a much better idea than somewhere between 200 and 40,000.
Right.
My God.
Yeah. No, they know. They're not going to tell us. We're never going to hear it. Because it would be a disaster for them. It's bad optics. And that's how, the bulk of what they're doing right now is trying to avoid bad optics. Except when Biden goes and does something as stupid as saying, we're going to launch a whole of government approach to combating the new abortion laws in Texas. Meanwhile, you've got hundreds of Americans stuck in Afghanistan. Where's the whole of government approach for that? I mean, that's bad optics, but, it's just insane.
A whole of government approach to make sure you can continue sacrificing millions of unborn babies a year to the Church of Satan.
Yep. Oh, and cherry on top, sell their body parts to researchers and people who want to make drugs and whatever the hell else they do with the body parts. It's a lucrative business. So they got to make sure. They're probably counting that as part of the GDP.
Are you like me? Like, do you just stop from time to time, Pixels, like to just like let it sink in? 'Cause, like, we live in a country that half of the government openly celebrates, promotes, and fights for the right to murder an unborn baby.
It's insane to think about, isn't it?
Like we're supposed to be this high-minded, sophisticated, evolved society.
Yep.
Right.
And somehow we have become more barbaric than anywhere else.
State sponsor and subsidized abortion mills that literally murder millions of innocent lives every year. And
then sell them like their livestock.
And it's like, this is a debate in this country as to whether or not that should be allowed.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to, like I said, like, it's just like, I don't know why, it just really hit me. Like, we want to sit here and demand truth and equal justice under the law and all these wonderful things. Like, what the fuck did we do to deserve that?
Right.
We're murdering, not us personally, but it's happening on our watch. Millions and millions of innocent lives a year just turned out with the government's permission, state sponsored. Yeah, we don't have the karma in the bank to have anything good happen to this country until that stops.
Yeah. No, I mean, I totally agree with you. And it when you hear, like the leader of Iran calling America the Great Satan, and then you think about stuff like that, it's like, yeah, sure, Iran is not, they're very evil over there. They have an evil regime. They do evil things. They murder people. They're terrorists, right? But it's like, they're not wrong about what they're saying about our country in a lot of cases. Like, we are just as barbaric and in a caveman-like state of spirituality as we are technologically advanced and prosperous.
We're a perfect microcosm of humanity. The United States of America is a really great microcosm for humanity, because in the United States of America, because you have freedom of thought and expression, and religion, you have the very best and very worst humanity has to offer in one package. You have some of the best people, most innovative, creative people that want to do nothing but improve humanity, and every ounce of effort, every ounce of energy they put out into a given day has altruistic intentions to make the world a better place than what it was when they woke up that morning. And this country provides an environment for those kind of people to be able to make maximum impact on the world. Unfortunately, like anything, all that freedom is a double-edged sword, and with that, you get the subversion of a lot of things, which leads to things like abortion mills, like Planned Parenthood. And that's like the absolute worst that humanity has to offer, right? And like humanity, America needs to decide, who are we?
Yeah.
What drives us? Where does our conscience lie? And I think we're going through that right now. Pixels, wouldn't you? Like kind of a maturing process, almost like the country's going through puberty in a way and deciding who it's going to be.
The fence sitters are going to, and I'm glad for it, the fence sitters are going to be forced to pick a damn side and at least have some level of convictions that they stand by. That's really the group of people in this country that I'm really sick and damn tired of. The people that are like, oh, I just don't care about politics. I don't like politics. I don't want to talk about it. Because it's those people who have allowed all of these situations to get as out of hand as they are. If we did, those people are missing voices that should be speaking out against this stuff. And the reason they don't is because they don't even bother to pay attention to what's happening. They're too selfish and self-absorbed in their own little bubble, right? In their own little life and keeping up with the Joneses, as they say. They only care about themselves, and they don't care about what's going on in the country. They will openly admit it to your face. They don't give a damn. And I think that we are now at an inflection point in our country's history where those people are going to be forced to take a stand for one side or the other. There is no more room for fence sitters out there. Do you agree with me, Adel?
Yes, I agree. We're reaching that precipice where most people are going to be put on some issue, right, one side or another. And I think you're seeing it. I think you have three like really big ones going on right now, like the heartbeat bill, which obviously is just they're scared to death of that thing because they won't even call it by name because they know they're on the losing side of that argument. It's really hard to be team baby murder right now. And it's probably the hardest time ever to be on team baby murder. So there's that. You have COVID. You have the whole COVID thing. And again, the difference between blue and red on, how you're able to maintain your freedoms is going to be really, really, really obvious. And then you have the election integrity, right? So you're going to have great examples of how awful the left is, how they have no humanity and how they're tyrants. And then you're going to find out that they're illegitimately in power I think it's going to create a major tidal wave of political activism in this country.
It's going to reach a critical mass.
Yeah, I think the level of involvement and people's interest in the whole situation is going to skyrocket. You know, I think, like you said, the fence sitters, the unaffiliated, the unpolitical. You know, I think maybe they'll pay a little bit more attention going forward. I hope. We'll see.
Well, all along, you know, those people have been avoiding the conversation, and it is now time to stop avoiding the damn conversation. And you know, the only way to fix a problem is to, you know, the very first step to fixing any problem is admitting that there is one. And those people continue to, you know, avoid admitting that there's a problem, because then it puts personal responsibility on them to try and make a change of some kind, right? And like I said, they're too focused on their own little, you know, personal lives, their little bubble, their finances, keeping their house tidy, having the newest gadgets, you know, stuff like that. Scrolling through TikTok mindlessly and watching stupid shit. Like, look, listen, I watch stupid shit. It's one of the ways that I decompress. But I don't spend every waking minute thinking about, like, when the next time I can look through my Twitter feed, or, you know, look through Facebook, or look through TikTok. Good Lord, that's the big thing right now. Everyone's obsessed with TikTok. You know, we got to watch our stupid little 6-second videos because we have, you know, the attention span of a goldfish. It's those people that really need to pull their heads out of their asses and start giving a damn about something that matters. So yeah, I'll get off my soapbox on that. We have some more support coming in. Stronghold out there gifted the shades and said Chase Bank in our town closed a few weeks ago. Interesting, Stronghold. Interesting to hear. Thank you very much for the shades. Now let's go ahead and go to this one here from the National Review, Adel. Blinken says the Taliban government does not meet the test of inclusivity. Wow, you don't say. I mean, I see the look on your face right now, man. You have nothing to say. It's like, I don't either. Of course they don't meet the you know your level of inclusivity that you want. They're the freaking Taliban, you morons. Like, what the, like, oh my god, dude. Like, what do you even say to that? Help me out here, Adel.
Say nothing. Let them just keep talking.
Yeah. Yeah,
no,
seriously.
Look, I sit here with just that look on my face, but what else? I mean, look. Anyone right now that's still actively on their side, like the true believers, that we can't say anything to those people that's going to change their mind. They don't look at us as even human, worth having a conversation with. So there's nothing to say. If you want to say something, you know, from the perspective of, like, how do I get through to someone who doesn't see things the same way I do, just say, here, watch them talk, because that's the greatest red pill. The greatest red pills going right now aren't the Gateway Pundit. They're not Q drops. They're not the War Room. They're not Richard Barris. They're not The greatest red pills are Joe Biden, anytime he steps to a microphone. Every day, Jen Psaki steps to a microphone.
Yep.
A lot of days, Anthony Fauci steps to a microphone. Or anyone on the cabinet. Just listen to what they're talking about. I have to thank Nature Ninja. I don't know if she's watching the show or not. She's always got these press conferences on now. She's like a hawk. Like, she doesn't let a single one go by without listening. So I hear a lot of it through passing, and I'm really glad she does it, actually, because if all of the mouth breathers out there that keep CNN on in the background, or MSNBC on the background, if all of them just took the time to watch his press conferences every day, they'd be the ones doing shows. I'm telling you right now, they'd be the one on here railing, because it takes about 2 or 3 days of watching them, and you start seeing the contradictions, the hypocrisies, the lies, the flip-flopping. I mean, you watch it for 2 weeks and you're just laughing at them. So that's, honestly, I mean, really, maybe the best thing that we could do is just get out of the way and just kind of just watch it. And,
Here's an example. This just came out from Breitbart. Here's an example of what you're talking about. AOC defends using the phrase menstruating people Not just women can menstruate, according to Occasional Cortex here. I mean, you just gotta let them like run with this stuff because it's so obvious. Like you don't understand how stupid you have to be and uneducated you have to be to believe something like this. Who in their right mind would say that a man can menstruate or get pregnant? These people are out there, saying that right now for the sake of social justice or whatever the hell. It's like we don't even need to push back about stuff like this. We don't. They're shooting themselves in the foot over and over and over again. And I think it's beautiful to see.
No, it is. I mean, it's again, you just gotta have to step out of the way sometimes and let them do the red pilling for you. Like, that's a beautiful one. I mean, what percentage of the I'm asking live chat. What percentage of the population do you think would honestly be offended by this statement? Biological males cannot menstruate. Biological males cannot have babies. Biological males cannot breastfeed. What percentage of the population honestly disagrees with that statement, do you think?
Hopefully 0.
Well, it's not 0.
Apparently not. Apparently not. There's an AOC out there who thinks so.
Yeah, but I'm just curious, like, what percentage of the country do you guys think would be offended by that? I guess you're saying 99% wouldn't be offended by that. Stethoscope and
it's just, I mean,
yeah. So we're talking these AOCs and the really CNNs and MSNBCs. Who are they speaking to? They're speaking whatever percentage you're all putting up there. That's the percentage that they're speaking to.
Mm-hmm.
And they're using that megaphone to make that percentage seem legitimate, when really it's probably about 5% of the country had just a bit too much fluoride and can't see straight anymore. But the rest of us are actually pretty logical. If you just remove some of the bullshit out of the way and give us a chance to see it, I think most of us would probably fall on maybe not like the conservative side of things, but at least the basic acknowledgement of the two genders that we've all been working on that framework for the past however many thousands of years. You know what I mean? It's just like, but there you have AOC, an elected member of Congress, spewing that garbage, and it gives it legitimacy when it really has none, because she says it, and then it's a member of Congress now saying this, right? And it's like, you fucking psychopaths are like 2% of us. No one takes you seriously just because, you happen to run in a district that is, I don't know, filled with special needs students, apparently, that would put you in office, does not make your viewpoints any more legitimate. It's just like, I don't know, man.
Right. Oh, listen to this. Australian state limits residents of COVID-19 lockdown apartments to 6 beers per day. They're now telling you how much what the hell does that have to do with COVID, dude? In Australia, they're saying that you are only allowed now to have 6 beers per day, because apparently beer can now give you coronavirus and you'll spread it everywhere.
The Australian patriots out there, like,
they're ready to. I
don't want you guys to hurt anybody, all right? But I think it's time to throw the system to the wind and replace it by force. If they don't want to get out of your way, do what you got to do. I don't want anyone to get hurt. I don't think anybody should get hurt. But I think the people of Australia need to leave their capital in ashes. Let's leave it that way. That's you guys are. I don't. They're literally trying to seal you in your apartments at this point. I don't know what more
literally
you need. I don't know what more you need, but Australia, you guys need to revolt.
Yeah, I agree. There needs to be a major reckoning in Australia. And I swear to God, if there's anybody out there from the Biden administration listening to this right now, if you guys try to pull some shit like that here in America, you got something coming. Like, do not try that shit with the American people. It's not going to go down very well for you at all. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, well, they're not going. They can't, because we have guns.
They'll try. I think they're going to try.
No.
Well, I think they're going to try.
They'll make mandates, but they won't enforce anything. Like, they'll try to say it, but there won't be enforcement.
Yeah. Well, real quick, we have more support out there. Sean Joe gifted a cookie, so thank you very much. Excuse me, Sean Joe. Arizona Girl USA out there gifted the shades and says, today, Biden asked for all Trump people to resign from their military boards. Sean Spicer and others. Yeah, I actually saw that, Arizona Girl. Interesting stuff. MHL1 out there gifted a phone and said, trust the science. Science says 2 genders. WTF. Yeah, exactly, MHL1. Exactly. MHL1 out there gifted a phone and said, they limit me to 6 beers. There will be war. Yeah, I tell you what, man. My gosh. Limit how many beers you can have in a day. They're treating their people over there like children. Like a whole country full of toddlers. You know what I mean? Like,
screw that on beer. Switch that with White Claw boys. Kinetic. I love Dale Burst here, man. I see CB Joey's out there too. Joey, I missed you at the end of the show, but thank you for your Cash App, man. I appreciate that, brother. I didn't see it until I had stopped streaming, but I appreciate that. I'm glad you're out there listening, so I could shout you out. Thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Dale Bercier, CB Joey 321. A bunch of other names out there have always been really supportive of me as well. KH Farmer, by the way, KH Farmer. Well, you know what he did for me the other day on the breakdown was absolutely unfreaking real. And I'm just now seeing their name in the live chat. KH Farmer, good to see you, my friend.
KH Farmer, yeah, he'll come in and blow up a pill count real quick.
Oh yeah, dropping bombs.
Yeah, for sure.
I think he dropped. I want to say it was 4 or 5 EMPs on one show.
Fucking A.
Yeah, it's unreal. So I mean that's amazing support, and I swear, man, the people on here are just the best. Like the Foxhole fam is amazing.
People like Farmer who do that, who just like on a random day, I don't know, like that just come in and throw that level of support. Farmer, I hope you understand like what that means to the content creators, man. Like,
yeah.
Not, you know, I do have a job and like I do okay, but like when that level of support comes in on a show, it really does take a lot of the anxiety off of doing this kind of stuff.
It's what allows me to actually do it full time. If it wasn't for that kind of support that I get from people, I wouldn't be able to pay my bills and pay my rent, and it's what makes it possible for me.
It also for me, it gives me more confidence to be true to what I want to say, because I know I could, like, I work for a university. They're not run by conservatives, I'll tell you that right now. So like at any point they could say, hey, we don't want to associate with you anymore, and then my main source of income is gone. So it's like when people like Farmer or any of you guys come out and you show that massive support, it makes it a lot easier to know that that's out there. So it is greatly appreciated. So thank you guys very, very much. I see a few other ones come in. East Bay Larry said, great show, guys. Thank you for that can. And MHL1 with another ship says, Adeline Season Pixels, you all deserve it. You are the news. Thank you very much. Just V with the can says, you're going far, Pixels. I agree. Pixels is a star on the rise. And P Quest with a cookie says, tequila. I think that is all of them. Pixels, why don't you go ahead and carry us out, brother, and we'll wrap it up.
Awesome. Let's see. Tequila. You got East Bay Larry, and then MHL1 says, Adeline Season Pickles, you all deserve it. You're the news. Thank you very much, my friend. Awesome stuff. And by the way, CB Joey, I just got your Cash App and super appreciate that, my friend. Thank you very much, CB Joey. That means a lot. So, yeah, I mean, great show, Adel. I had a lot of fun today. It's been kind of a laid-back feeling show today. We've had some laughs. We've talked about how these people are absolutely just insane, and I'm always love being here for it, man. And I'm like so looking forward to our next hangout session, our next weekend of cooking and fun times.
We'll be here before you know it, man. Like a month away, basically.
I know. I'm totally super stoked for that. We always have a good old time. So, All right, guys. Well, this has been the New Guard here on the 5x5 Network. Hope you all enjoyed. Tomorrow I will be live on my channel for The Breakdown. That's the rapid-fire news blitz that I do, and hopefully you guys will like that. So 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for The Breakdown on my channel. Adel, you want to go ahead and plug your stuff?
Yeah, 4 o'clock tomorrow, Dilly and Frank taking it back. You can check in right here on 5x5 too at 3. Pinata is going to be doing his pre-show leading up to that. So you got a couple hours of good content there. And on Friday at 4 p.m. I'll wrap up the week with the normal crew. Pixels, you're obviously welcome to join anytime with the normal 4 p.m. broadcast. CB Joey, when's range day? That's something that I want to do.
Yeah.
And I don't know how soon. Maybe this fall, maybe next spring, definitely not during the winter. But I would love that if we could find somewhere somewhat local, hopefully to my area, where we could get somebody with land that wouldn't mind having a bunch of Patriots there to have some, have some pew time. But get a bunch of Patriots to come meet up with their arsenals. We'll figure out a way to make it a secure, closed group, and have a big WTPI, 5x5, whatever, meetup, and get the send some lead down range and network and hang out. It's something I want to do, but I want to make sure we kind of get the logistics squared away the right way. So it'll be fun. It'll be fun for sure.
Absolutely.
Dale Burst here. Thank you for the shades. There's one for the road. And 17 is coming for you. With shades, I love all of your content creators. I wish I could do more for kids and 4 kids and 2 in college. Thanks anyway. Hey guys, it never expected, always appreciated. So don't feel bad if you can't donate. But that's all I got. Thank you everybody. Have an awesome rest of your Wednesday. See you all next week.
Yep, and that's all for me. Soko, you can go ahead and shut her off. Much love, everyone, and we'll see you tomorrow. And then we sit here awkwardly and wait for Soko to shut the stream off.
Soko.
I think we're still on.
Yes.
Can you guys still hear us?
We can't end it ourselves?
I don't think so, not anymore. Hold on. Maybe. I think she shut off the bot thing. Oh, wait. Oh, actually, hold on. Will it do it?
Siri.